Jai Shishi Guru Garanga Darvika Giridhari Shishi Radha Vinod Bihari Ju Ki Jai Shishi Radha Raman Bihari Ju Ki Jai Shri Gaura Chandra Ki Jai Jai Nitilila Pravishta Om Vishnu Pada Stotra Shatta Shishi Mad Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai Nitilila Pravishta Om Vishnu Pada Stotra Shatta Shishi Mad Srila Bhakti Vedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai Nitilila Pravishta Om Vishnu Pada Stotra Shatta Shishi Mad Bhakti Vedanta Vaman Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai Nityalila Pravishta Om Vishnu Pada Stotra Shatta Shishi Mad Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai Nitilila Pravishta Om Vishnu Pada Stotra Shatta Shishi Mad Srila Bhakti Vedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Nitilila Pravishta Om Vishnu Pada Stotra Shatta Shishi Mad Srila Bhakti Daita Madhav Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai Nitilila Pravishta Om Vishnu Pada Stotra Shatta Shishi Mad Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai Nitilila Pravishta Om Vishnu Pada Stotra Shatta Shishi Mad Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Thakur Prabhupada Ki Jai Nitilila Pravishta Shri Parambhagavat Pavar Shri Srila Gaura Kishore Das Babaji Maharaj Ki Jai Nityalila Pravishta Shri Srila Satchit Ananda Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur Ki Jai Nityalila Pravishta Vaishnav Sarvabhaum Srila Jagannath Das Babaji Maharaj Ki Jai Shri Gauriya Vedanta Charya Srila Baladev Vijabhushan Prabhu Ki Jai Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur Ki Jai Srila Narottam Srinivas Shamananda Prabhu Chai Ki Jai Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami Prabhu Ki Jai Shri Rup Sanatan Bhatt Raghunath Shri Jeev Gopal Bhatt Das Raghunath Shad Goswami Prabhu Ki Jai Patit Pavan Srila Vrindavan Das Thakur Mahashai Ki Jai Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai Bolo Prem Se Kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasa Rishi Gauda Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai Shri Antadweep Mayapur Simantadweep Godruma Dweep Madhya Dweep Kola Dweep Ridu Dweep Janu Dweep Moja Druma Dweep Rudradweep Atmaka Shri Navadweep Dham Ki Jai Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopi Go Govardhan Dwarashvanatmak Shri Braj Mandal Ki Jai Shri Radha Kund Shama Kund Ganga Yamuna Talasi Bhakti Devi Ki Jai Srimati Vrinda Devi Ki Jai, Shri Purnamasi Yogamaya Devi Ki Jai, Shri Gopishvar Mahadev Ki Jai, Shri Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Sudarshan Chakraju Ki Jai, Shri Chaitra Mandal Ki Jai, Sarva Vigna Vinashakari Shri Nrsingadev Bhagavan Ki Jai, Bhakta Pravar Shri Prahlad Maharaj Ki Jai, Akar Mat Raj Shri Chaitanya Mat Ki Jai, Charidam Chari Sampradaya Characharya Ki Jai, Shri Vishuddha Chaitanya Vani Prachar Kendra Ki Jai, Shri Samasta Shuddha Bhakti Kendra Ki Jai, Grantara Srimad Bhagavatam Ki Jai, Harinam Sankirtan Ki Jai, Harinam Prabhu Ki Jai, Harinam Mahamantra Ki Jai, Anantakoti Vaishnav Vrinda Ki Jai, Samagata Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai, SVA Miami Ki Jai, Pujapad Bhaktivedanta Madhav Maharaj Ki Jai, Pujapad Bhaktivedanta Van Maharaj Ki Jai, Pujapad Bhaktivedanta Saranti Maharaj Ki Jai, Srimati Syamarani Didi Guru Devi Ki Jai, Nitai Gaud Premanande Hari Hari Bo Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Rup Kamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathan Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha Om Agyanti Mirandhasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Nama Om Vishnupadaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Shri Shrimad Bhaktivedanta Narayaniti Namine Vandeham Shri Guru Varam Shri Rupanuga Pravaram Brajarasa Rasikam Cha Narayanam Tam Prapannam Shri Guru Charanam Bande Ramana Presthaya Bhutale Rupanuga Bhaktidam Cha Kripa Murtim Narayanam Shri Krishna Lila Katane Sudaksham Audarya Madhurya Ganaishcha Yuktam Varambrenyam Purusham Mahantam Narayanam Tvam Shirasa Namami. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Shri Keshava Priyatmane Shri Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Vamaniti Namine Gaura Bhavamayo Deha Ujval Rasa Bhavakaha Bhakti Vedanta Vamano Rag Bhakti Pravartaka Guru Dhamni Cha Sevasu Vaishnave Sarvada Mati Grante Bhagavate Sakshat Goswami Vedante Rati Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Acharya Singha Rupine Shri Srimad Bhakti Pragyana Keshava Iti Namine Atimartya Charitraya Swashitanam Chapaline Jivadhuke Sadartaya Srinama Premadayine Gaurashraya Vigrahaya Krishna Kamaikacharine Rupanuga Pravaraya Vinodeti Swarupine Prabhupadantarangaya Sarvasad Gunashaline Mayavadatamoghnaya Vedantartavade Namaha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Tinamine Shri Varshabhanavi Devi Doitaya Kripabdaye Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Doine Prabhave Namaha Madhurya Ujvala Premadya Shri Rupanuga Bhaktida Shri Gaura Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namostute Namaste Gauravani Shri Murtaye Dinatarine Rupanuga Virudha Pasidhanta Dvanta Harine Namo Gaurakishauraya Sakshad Varagya Murtaye Vipralambhara Sambodhe Padambujayate Namaha Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Satchit Anandanamine Gaura Shakti Swarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Gaura Virbhava Bhumestvam Nirdishta Sajjana Priya Vaishnava Sarvabhauma Shri Jagannatayate Namaha Pancha kalpa tarubhyascha kripa sindubhya eva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha namo mahavadanyaya krishna prema pradayate krishnaya krishna chaitanya namine gaura tvishe namaha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagatapate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchan Gaurangi Radhe Brindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Jayatam Surato Pangor Mama Manda Matergati Matsarvasva Padambo Jao Shri Radha Madana Mohano Divyad Vrindaranya Kalpadrumadha Shrimad Ratnagar Singhasanasto Shri Shri Radha Srila Govinda Devo Preshtalibhihi Sevyamano Smarami Shriman Rasa Rasarambi Vamshi Vata Tatashtitaha Karshan Venu Swaner Gopir Gopinata Shriyestuna Om Brindai Tulasi Devyai Priyaye Keshavasya Cha Krishna Bhakti Prade Devi Satyavatai Namo Namaha Panchatattvamakam Krishnam Bhakta Rupa Swarupakam Bhakta Avataram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Brinda Bolo Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Page 23, Sri Guru Parampara, Krishna Hoite Chaturmukha. Krishna Hoite Chaturmukha, Kai Krishna Sevan Mukha, Brahma Hoite Naraderamati, Narada Hoite Vyas, Madhva Kohe Vyasa Dasa, Purna Pragya Padmana Bhagati, Nirhari Madhava Vamshe, Akshobhya Parama Hamse, Shishya Boli Angi Karakore, Akshobhyeda Shesha Jaya, Tirtaname Padicaya, Taradase Gana Sindutare, Taha Hoite Daya Nidhi, Taradasa Vidya Nidhi, Rajendra Hoilo Taha Hoite, Tahara Kinkara Jaya, Dharma Name Parichaya, Parampara Jana Balomate, Jaya Dharma Dase Kyati, Shipurushotama Jati, Ta Hoite Brahmanya Tirta Suri, Vyasa Tirta Tara Dasa, Lakshmi Pati Vyasa Dasa, Taha Hoite Madhavendra Puri, Madhavendra Puri Vara Shishya Vara Shishvara, Nityananda Shri Advaita Vibhu, Ishvara Puri Kedanya Kori Lena Shri Chaitanya, Jagat Guru Gaura Mahaprabhu, Mahaprabhu Shri Chaitanya, Radha Krishna Nahayanya, Rupanuga Janera Jivana, Vishwambara Priyankara Shri Swarupa Damodara, Shri Goswami Rupa Sanatana, Rupa Priya Mahajana Jiva Raghunatahana, Tara Priya Kavi Krishna Dasa, Krishna Dasa Priya Vara, Narotamo Seva Para, Jara Para Vishwanatha Asha, Vishwanatha Bhakta Sata Bala Deva Jagannatha, Tara Priya Shri Bhakti Vinoda, Mahabhagavata Vara, Shri Gaura Kishora Vara, Hari Bhajanete Jarmoda, Shiva Shabana Vivara Sada Sevya Seva Para Tahara Daita Dasanama Prabhupada Antaranga Shri Swarupa Rupanuga Shri Keshava Bhakati Pragyana Gauriya Vedanta Vetamaya Vadata Mohanda Gauravani Prachara Chardama Prachailo Gauravani Bhakati Vedanta Swami Purailo Prabhupada Kama Kesha Priya Mahajana Vamana Narayan Hana Gauravani Tander Pranadana Esaba Harijana Gaurangera Nija Jana Tandera Uchiste Moraka Guru Parampara Guru Parampara Parampara Guru Param Guru Parampara Guru Parampara Parampara Guru Parampara. Page 36, Sri Vaishnav Vandana. Vrindavanavasi Jato Vaishnavera Gana Prartame Bandana Kori Sabara Charana Nila Chalavasi Jato Mahaprabhurgana Bhumite Podia Bando Sabaracharana Navadvipavasi Jato Mahaprabhur Bhakta Sabharacharana Bando Hoyanuraka Mahaprabhur Bhakta Jato Gaura Deshe Sthiti Sabhara Charana Bando Koriya Pranati Jai Deshe Bose Gaurangera Gana Udva Bahu Kori Bando Sabara Charana Hoya Chena Hoi Benam Prabhu Jato Dasa Sabara Charana Vando Dante Korigasa Brahmanda Torite Shakti Dare Jane Jane Eveda Purane Gona Gai Je Bashune Mahaprabhur Gana Sabapati Tapavana Tailo Bemui Papilo Inusharana Vandana Korite Mui Kato Shakti Dori Tamo Buddhi Doshe Mui Damba Matra Kori Tatapi Mukera Bhagya Manera Ulasa Dosha Kami Moa Dhame Karoni Jadasa Sarva Vansha Siddhi Hoy Yama Banda Chute Jagate Durlabha Hoya Prema Dana Lute Manera Vasana Purna Achirate Hoya Devaki Nandana Dasa Elo Beka Jaya Vaishnav Vandana Jaya Vaishnav Vandana Vaishnav Vandana Jaya Vaishnav Vandana Vaishnav Vandana Jaya Vaishnav Vandana Jaya Jaya Vaishnav Thakur Jaya Vaishnav Thakur Vaishnav Thakur Jaya Vaishnav Thakur Jaya Vaishnav Thakur Vaishnav Thakur Jaya Vaishnav Thakur. Page 200. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Jive Doya Kori. together, but first the Panchatattva. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Rupa Shri Sanatana Bhatta Raghunatha Shri Jiva Gopala Bhatta Dasa Raghunatha Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Jivedaya Kori Swaparsada Swiya Dhamma Sahavatari Atyanta Durlabha Prema Koni Baridana Shikaya Sharana Gati Vakatera Prana Danyatmani Vedana Goptrit Bevarana Avasya Rakshibe Krishna Vishvasapalana Bhakti Anukula Matra Karyada Swikara Bhakti Praktikula Bhava Varjanangikara Saranga Sharana Gati Hoibe Jahara Tahara Pratana Shune Srinanda Kumara Rupa Sanatana Pade Dante Trina Kodi Bhakati Vinoda Pade Duhupada Dori Kandiya Kandiya Bole Amito Rama Shikaye Sharana Gati Karohe Utama Shikaye Sharana Gati Koreho Et Utama Jaya Swaparsada Jaya Gaura Hari Swaparsada Shila Gaura Hari Jaya Swaparsada Jaya Gaura Hari Swaparsada Jaya Gaura Hari Gaura He 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 Radhika, do you want to lead? We just finished page 200, so now we're ready to do Radha Krishna.
Oh, you did Shikaya Sharanagati? Okay. But that's Sharanagati. Page 87. Kumari, do you want to sing? Ha ha kavi gauranitai ha ha kavi oh ha ha kavi gauranitai এই পতিতা জনে উরু কৃপা করি দেখো দিবে দুতি ভাই দেখো দিবে দুতি ভাই এই পতিতা জানি উরু কৃপা করি দেখো দিবে দুতি ভাই এব দিবে দুতি ভাই ও দুহ কৃপা বলে নবদ্বীপ ধামে ও দেখিব ব্রজের শোভা আনন্দ সুখদা কুঞ্জ মনোহরা হেরি বনয়ন লোভা হেরি বনয়ন লোভা তাহার নিকটে শিলালিতা কুণ্ডা তাহার নিকটে শিলালিতা কুণ্ডা ও রত্ন বেদিকত শত ও যথা রাধা কৃষ্ণ লীলা বিস্তারিয়া বিহারে নয় বিরতা বিহারে নয় বিরতা অজাতা কবে গৌরনিতাই হা কবে অয়ে পতিতা জান উরু কৃপা করি পতিতা জান দেখো দিবে দুতি ভাই দেখো দিবে দুতি ভাই সখী গণ জতা লীলা রসহায় ও নানা সেব সুখ পায় सखीरयाज्ञते कार्येते उतिधाय कार्येते उतिधाय माला तेरा माला গাথিয়ায়ানিবো দিব তবে সখী করে राधा कृष्ण गले सखी पुराई बे राधा राधा कृष्ण गले सखी पुराई बे नाची बोयानंद भरे नाचिव आनंद भरे राधा कृष्ण कबे गौरनिताय हा गबे जय गौरनिताय जय गौरनिताय गौरनिताय जय गौरनिताय जय नवद्वीप धाम वृंदावन धाम नवद्वीप धाम जय वृंदावन धाम जय राधे जय कृष्णा जय राधे जय कृष्णा
Page 343. Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande मनमानसमधुकरम् अर्पयामि निजपाद पङ्कजमकरन्दे ओ कृष्णदेव भवन्तं वन्दे यद्यपि समाधिषु विधिरपि पश्यति न तव नखग्रमरीचिम् यद्यपि समाधिषु विधिरपि पश्यति न तव नखग्रमरीचिम् इदमिच्छामि निशाम्य तव च्युत तदपि कृपाद्भुतवीचिम् ओ कृष्णदेव भवन्तं वन्दे भक्तिरुदाञ्चते यद्यपि माधव न त्वयि मम तिलमात्री भक्तिरुदाञ्चते माधव न त्वयि मम तिलमात्री परमेश्वरता तदपि तवाधिका दुर्गत घटना विधात्री श्वता तदपि तवाधिका दुर्गत घटना विधात्री ओ कृष्णदेव भवन्तं वन्दे ओ कृष्णदेव भवन्तं वन्दे अयमविलोलतयाद्य सनातन कलिताद्भुतरसभारम् अयमविलोलतयाद्य सनातन कलिताद्भुतरसभारम् निवसतु नित्यमिह निन्दिनी विन्दन् मधुरिमसारम् निवसतु नित्यम् इहामृतनिन्दिनी ओ कृष्णदेव भवन्तं वन्दे Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
in your songbook? I like the old blue songbook. It's in the blue songbook, which had a wide selection of kirtans.
And it would be in the new fat one. Hardcover.
Is it? Do you think it's in the new songbook?
Yeah, but those aren't for public. Those aren't. Yeah,
But
it's
in the
online.
meantime, Vasanti
It's on
sent
KK songs.
Can you sit next to me?
Vasanti sent the link.
Yeah.
Anyone who doesn't have it.
Are there any copies? Oh, just one copy.
The purple song with the purple.
Do you know it?
I know it, but I need the.
Essentially. I think we have a couple of the songbooks
She
that have
sent
a
the
purple
link.
cover. Anybody got it?
Isn't Shutama?
Yeah, we learned to say res. Everybody got it?
Everybody got it?
Syamarani, you ready? Should we read the English first?
Okay. I offer pranam to that foremost of thieves who is famous in Braj as the butter thief, and he who steals the gopis' clothes, and who, for those who take shelter of him, steals the sins that have occurred over many lifetimes. I offer pranam to the foremost of thieves who steals Srimati Radhika's heart, who steals the dark luster of a fresh rain cloud, and who steals all the sins and sufferings of those who take shelter of his feet. He turns his surrendered devotees into paupers and wandering, homeless beggars. Aho! Such a fearsome thief has never been seen or heard of in all three worlds. Mere utterance of his name purges one of a mountain of sins. Such an astonishing, wonderful thief I have never seen or heard of anywhere. Hey thief, having stolen my wealth, my honor, my senses, my life, and my everything, where can I now run to? Where can you run to? I have caught you with the rope of my devotion. You cut the terrible noose of Yamaraj. You sever the dreadful news of material existence, and you slash everyone's material bondage, but you are unable to cut the knot fastened by your own loving devotees. O stealer of my everything, hey thief, today I have imprisoned you in the miserable prison house of my heart, which is very fearful due to the terrible darkness of my ignorance, and therefore a very long time you shall remain, receiving appropriate punishment for your crimes of thievery. O Krishna, O thief of my everything, the noose of my devotion remaining forever tight, you will continue to reside in the prison house of my heart, because I will not release you for millions of eons. This ashtak is recited in the poetic meter known as Upajati. Braje prasidham navanita choram gopangananam chadukula choram aneka janmarjita papa choram choragraganyam purusham namami Shri अधिकाय हृदयस्य चोरं नवाम्बुदश्यामलकान्तिचोरं पदाश्रितानां च समस्तचोरं चोराग्रगण्यं पुरुषं नमामि अकिञ्चनीकृत्य पदाश्रितं या करोति भिक्षुं पतिगेहहीनां केनाप्यहो दृष्टा श्रुतो वा न जगत्त्रयेऽपि यदीयनामापि हरात्यशेषं गिरिप्रसारन् अपि पापराशिन् आश्चर्यरूपो ननु चोरयेद्रे दृष्टा श्रुतो वा न मया कदापि दानं च मानं च ततेन्द्रियाणि प्रणाश्चरित्वा मम सर्वमेव पलायसे कुत्र धृतोऽत्युचोरा त्वं भक्तिदाम्नासि मया निरुधा चिन्तासि घोरं यमपाशबन्धं भिन्नत्सि भीमं भवपाशबन्धं चेनत्सि सर्वस्य समस्तबन्धं नैवात्मनो भक्तकृतं तु बन्धं मन्मानसे तामसराशिघोरे कारागृहे दुःखमये निवादा लाभास्य हे चोरहरे चिराय साचौर्यदोषोचितमेव दण्डः कराग्रहे वस सदा हृदये मदीये मद्भक्तिपाशदृढबन्धननिष्ठलासन् त्वां कृष्ण हे प्रलयकोटिशतान्तरेऽपि सर्वस्वचोरहृदयं नहि मोचयामि.
The last verse has a difference.
The last version is
The last verse is different.
Navanita Choram. Oh. Jaya Nanda Nandan Jaya Yashoda Nanda Nanda Nandan Jaya Yashoda Nanda. Jaya Gopi Pranadhan Jai Radhika Raman Gopi Pranadhan Jai Radhika Raman. Oh Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gora Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol.
Does everybody have the prayers? Huh? Going. Jnanam. Ajnanam timirandasya. Jnananjana salakaya. Chaksurunmilitam yena. Tasmai Sri Gurave Nama. Gurave Gaurachandraya. Radhikaya Tvodalaye. Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya. Tada Bhaktaya Namo Nama. Yang Pravrajantam Manupedam Apeta Krityam. Dvaipayano Virahaka Taruajuhava Putre Ditanmayataya Vo Benedos Tang Sarva Bhutavirayam Munimanatosmi Bhaktya Vihina Aparada Lakshay Chiptasya Kamadi Tarangamadi Kripa Maitvam Sharanam Prapadyam Brinde Namaste Sharanarvindam Tavoivasmi Tavoivasmi Najivami Tambina Iti Vigyaya Radhe Tam Nayamam Charanantike Kripayati Yadi Radha Vadidha Sheshabadha Kema Paravishishtam Pushti Marya Deyorme Yadi Vadati Chakinshit Smera Sodita Shrir Dvijavadamani Vanktya Mukti Shuktya Tadakim Shamasundara Shikanda Shekara Smela Samarali Manohara Radhikara Sikama Vipanidhe Swapriya Charana Kinkari Karo Prananata Vrishabhanu Nandini Srimakabjarasalola Satapada Radhika Padatale Pritastiti Tambajami Rasikendra Shekara Sambedaya Dashane Trinam Bibo Prardaye Brajamahendra Nandan Astu Mohan Tabati Ballabha Janmane Madheswari Priya. If Sri Radha is merciful to me,
then unlimited obstacles to my devotion will be removed. There'll be nothing further superior for me to attain because I will have achieved the results of the paths of both Vaidhi and Rag. And if she speaks something while smiling gently, thereby revealing the rows of her beautiful pearl-like teeth, then what significance will the oyster of liberation have? O Shamasundar, O you whose head is adorned with peacock feathers, whose face is graced with a laughing smile, and whose merly flute enchants the mind, and who are most expert in relishing ras with Srimati Radhika. O ocean of mercy, please make me a kinkari at the feet of your beloved. You are the Lord of the life of the daughter of Vrishabhanu Maharaj, and you are like a bee, always eager to taste the nectar. That's okay. The nectar of her lotus face. O Rasik Shekhar, foremost of those who are Rasik, who are situated at the feet of Srimati Radhika, I worship you. O son of the king of Braj, O all-pervading one, O Mohan, who enchants the minds of all. Taking a straw in my teeth, I pray that your supremely beloved Sri Radha be my worshipful goddess, birth after birth. First, I offer my unlimited obeisances in the dust of the lotus feet of my most worshipful Diksha Gurudev, Nityalila Pravishta Om Vishnupad, Asto Trisat Shishimad, Srila Bhakti Vedanta Swami Prabhupada, and the same unlimited obeisances in the dust of the lotus feet of my most worshipful Shiksha Gurudev, Nityalila Pravishta Om Vishnupad, Asto Trisat Shishimad, Srila Bhakti Vedanta, Narayan Goswami Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshava Goswami Maharaj, and Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada, to all of his divine associates and to all the assembled devotees. It can be lower. The fan can be lower. The fan can be lower. And to the assembled devotees, Diksha Gurus, who are my Shiksha Gurus, Shishimad Bhakti Vedanta Madhav Maharaj, Shishimad Bhakti Vedanta Ban Maharaj, and Shishimad Bhakti Vedanta Siddhanti Maharaj. So today is the first day of Purushottama Mas. So just like Ekadasi, as Gurudev says, is not a day. If you look around, it's not a day. Can I ask you all something? Do you think that there's a fire sacrifice in the middle of the temple room? Like it always seems to be a sacred, holy, empty place. So similarly, and in that kirtan, Bhajabhakata, in that kirtan, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, just like Ekadasi, Krishna resides in Ekadasi, so I also accept Ekadasi as my dwelling place. Like, where do you live? I live in Ekadasi. Similarly, this Purushottama Mas, Purushottama is Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Purusha, the person, Uttama, the Supreme Person. Purushottama Mas means month. So this month is non-different from Purushottama Sri Krishna. And often Gurudev gives this lecture in Purushottama Dham, that is Jagannath Puri. in his own place. So this is the second best month of the year. Of course, Krishna is the supreme, but he's only second best to his feminine counterpart, his superior potency, internal potency, Srimati Radhika. So Kartik is the best month, and this is the second best month. Once, Purushottama Mas came in May, back in 1999. So Srila Gurudev gave a lecture on it in Badger, California. And this first lecture, basically it tells the regulations of this month. So that was way back in 1999. Now so many years have passed, and most everybody is already doing all these things, especially if living in a temple, it's automatic. Okay, so this month is Krishna's month. And he's glorifying New Braj as being non-different from Braj. Radhakund, Shyamakund are here. So we're very lucky to be here. Similarly, this temple is also Braj. We have Radhakund in the back by Radharani's lotus feet. You'll have to get close if you want to see it. We have Giriraj Govardhan here. In India, we observe this month in the presence of Sri Purushottama himself, in his own place, Niladri. Devotees spend a month there, observing certain rules and regulations, rising early in the morning at 4 o'clock. Those who want Krishna Bhakti and who therefore want to observe this month follow many regulations from the beginning of the month, that's today. In India, during this month, we don't shave, but I'm not telling you what you should do. It depends on you. Here, Purushottama month is not allowed, is not followed so strictly by our Srila Prabhupada because he was dealing with just about animals beginning their human life by meeting him. So he gave some concessions. You can follow by always hearing Hari Katha and by observing those regulations that you can easily maintain. Of course, now we don't say like that. Now it's that you can maintain even with some difficulty. At least try to wake up early in the morning, put on tilak, and perform all sandhya. That means the chanting of the Diksha mantras at what? At the 3 junctions of the day. I remember back in New York in the 70s when Srila Prabhupada was visiting New York City, the Brooklyn Temple. He saw one of my godbrothers chanting late in night, chanting his evening Gayatri. So he said to him, stop that nonsense chanting. In other words, the power is also in the timing. Sunrise, midday, sunset. If one realizes after the appropriate time that he's forgotten to chant at that appropriate time, then rather than wait till the next time and do 2, better to say it immediately. If Guru has given you the Gayatri mantras, then with all faith and honor, these mantras should be chanted. Also see oddity. You can either perform it yourself or come here, where we have a temple at Nirguna's house. That's where he was staying. And Mangalarati is performed. If the devotees live very far away, they can do arati where they reside. After Arati, some kirtans, as we are doing here. Guru Vandana, Guru Parampara Vandana, Vaishnava Vandana, Gaurnitai Vandana, Nam Kirtan, like Hari Haraya Nama Krishna Yadavaya Nama. Should we do that in the evening? Okay. Okay. So shall we do that at night? Like if there's a class or RT? Okay, she'll think about it. That's what they do in Gurudev's mutts in India. It only takes a couple of minutes. Is that when you do it in India? Mm. Okay, we'll discuss it then. In the morning or evening, you can make arrangements to sing Jaya Radha, Jaya Krishna, Jaya Vrindavan. So we have that covered. And perform Tulsi Parikrama. Wherever you are, you can offer some water to Tulsi, even one or two drops, and do Tulsi Parikrama and Kirtan daily. So even though we already do it here, if you're cultivating anybody who lives outside the temple, you may want to help them gradually do those things at home and show them, invite them to spend a couple of days here to see how it goes. Without the mercy of Tulsi, Vrinda Devi, you cannot enter the realm of pure bhakti. This is true for both Vrinda Devi and Yogamaya. Yogamaya arranges all the pastimes of Krishna, Mahaprabhu, and so on. In Navadvip, there is Proudy Yogamaya, and in Braj, Yogamaya Purnima. The Kunjalila, pastimes performed in the groves in Vrindavan, is especially arranged by her manifestation. Can you ask her to stop that, Braj? So her manifestation, Vrinda Devi, Purnamasi has the whole place, and Vrinda Devi has just the kunjas that she organizes. Vrindavan is named after her. Without the mercy of Vrinda, you cannot enter the realm of Radha Krishna Jugal Seva. You know, we can also sing, we do sing the songs to her. Even if you are outwardly in Vrindavan, you may still be in the net of Maya. If you want to actually be in Vrindavan, then we need the mercy of Vrinda Devi. So perform parikrama of her form as Tulsi, at least in this month. So he's trying to get people started. Offer all boga. And now, by Raga's mercy, we have lots of toddler Tulsis, and we can start giving them out. And although they can't pick her leaves because she's small, they can start doing the other things. Offer all boga to Radha Krishna, Mahaprabhu, or any deities. It used to be where we had the devotees had separate plates for Mahaprabhu and Radha and Krishna, or to offer to Mahaprabhu after offering to Radha and Krishna. But Gurudev said because they're the same personality, then if we just offered to Radha and Krishna, that Mahaprabhu is included. Then he said, then at the time of taking Mahaprasad, recite the Jayadwani prayers and sing Sarira or Vijayal. Don't take Mahaprasad. Don't eat Mahaprasad. Try to serve it. Don't chant Harinam, but serve Harinam. Don't hear Harikatha, but serve Harikatha with your ears. My ears are serving. My tongue is serving. My my tongue is serving. My ears are serving. I once asked Gurudev, what does it mean to serve? And he said, it doesn't just mean to serve out the plates or the salt. He said that mantra, Mahaprasade Govinde, that and gave a different translation. O Mahaprasad, you are non-different from Govinda. That means Radha Govinda. You're non-different from Nama, the holy name, the pure devotees, the pure brahmanas, and all the pure Vaishnavas. Therefore, you can give me whatever they can give me. You can take away all of my material desires, and you can give me Krishna Prem, and you can give me Gopi Prem. So that's serving. That's one way to serve. Never go to see the deities. Instead, you can think, I'm going before the deity so that he can see me. You cannot see the deities, but you can pray, oh, please see me, how wretched I am. Please give me your mercy. I cannot see you. With these eyes, I see you like a statue made of stone, gold, copper, brass. Krishna's not like this, and Mahaprabhu's not like this, made of that. Therefore, try to follow these rules and regulations so your observance of this month will be successful. And that's it. Oh, and here he says, any devotee, he's speaking to particularly to the hosts in New Braj, any devotee coming from a distant place should be looked after. They should be hosted with gentle, sweet words. Try to look after their problems very politely. Right then, he gives lectures about this month every time it's this month, and that's 2 years and 8 months, or 2 3/4 years. So Gurudev called on Sripad Madhav Maharaj to explain scientifically when this happens. And Maharaj said, according to solar calculation, a year is 365 days and 5 hours. According to lunar calculation, the movements of the moon each month is 29.5 days long. When that is multiplied by 12 months, it becomes 354 days. So the solar calendar, the birthday is always the same, your birthday. But by lunar, it's going to be different each year. It's a different number of days of the year. The difference between the solar calculation and lunar calculation is thus 11 days and 5 hours. After 32 months, or 2 years and 8 months, an extra full month is then seen. That is 11 days and 5 hours times 2.66. This extra month is called Adik. Adik means it's more, it's extra. Mas, Adik Mas in Hindi. And that was one of the benedictions that Hiranyakashipu got, that he could never be killed in any month, but he didn't have the intelligence to consider the Adik Mas. He was thus killed in this month. I don't know. Actually, that year that Gurudev gave the lecture in Badger, it was May 13th to June 6th or so. So that could have lapsed in that year. So smarta Brahmins means those who just follow the external rules and regulations of Shastra, but don't consider the goal, and they also make up extra rules. They call this month Mala Mas. Mas again means month. Mala Mas. Mala means dirty. So we want to be careful when we say Mala and not Mala. Get it? The rejected month, because there's no need for it really. It is extra. But Vaishnava Shastra calls this month Purushottama Mas, which is the best month. The history is that you know this history? The history is that the personified Mala Mas, being very disturbed, went to see Lord Vishnu and said, "No one wants to do any good deeds in my month. What can I do?" Vishnu took him to Sri Krishna, who told him, "Don't worry, I will become the presiding deity of your month and give it my own name, Purushottama Mas." This month then became as auspicious, almost, as Kartik, and Mala Mas became happy. So, the rules and regulations of this month are the same as they are in Kartik. Always at the beginning of Kartik, Srila Gurudev gives the rules, like don't lie, don't criticize. When I used to come here with my most worshipful Srila Gurudev and his disciples to Purushottama Chetra during the Ratha Yatra car festival, and then Purushottama month fell at a different time of the year, so that's the thing, falls at different times. We all returned here for 1 month to observe Purushottama Brat, the vows of this month. Along with Gurudev were many of his godbrothers who were prominent disciples of Prabhupada Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. From here, we went to all the places of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's pastimes. So if it's that month and you're there, then that's one of the regulations. We heard Harikatha 3 times each day, twice in the morning, once in the evening, and it was very wonderful. Whatever I've heard from their lotus mouths, and especially from my Gurudev, I will be telling you in the next days. Tomorrow morning, after Mangal Artik and Kirtan, we will go to the Gambira, and from there, we will go to Haridas Thakur's Bhajan Stali. Western devotees should not be worried that they are banned from entering Lord Jagannath's temple. You can see Petit Pavan Jagannath on the doorway. That's as far as you can get. And pray to him from there. I was in Purushottam Dham. Whoops. It was here at Purushottam Dham that Rupa Goswami established the Manobhista, or innermost heart's desire, of Mahaprabhu. He established the identity of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and also that of Radha and Krishna. If he had not done so, nobody would know. Krishna plus Radhika's inner mood and golden complexion is Sachinandan Gaurahari. When he is minus that golden beauty and intrinsic mood, he is Krishna. He came to this world to taste the essence of prem and to give Rag Marga Bhakti to the world. Anybody know that verse in 4th chapter of Chaitanya Charitamrita? Prema Ras Nirya. Loud. What? Oh, loud. Can you start from the beginning? Prema Ras Nirya Skorite Aswadan Ragamarga Bhakti Loke Korite Pracharan Rastika Shekara Krishna Parama Karun Edui Hetu Haite Echara Udgum. Means Krishna came as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to taste the essence of love. How do you start it? No, it's different. That's another verse about why he came. How do you start it? Prema Ras, the ras of prem, the highest prem. Niryas, the highest, the essence of all prem. Korite, he did. Aswadan, he came to taste that. And then Raga Marga Bhakti, Raganuga Bhakti, Loke, to all the people of the world. Korite Pracharan. And then Rasika Shekara Krishna, that highest taster of mellows, Krishna. He's that, and he's also Padama Karun, he's also most merciful. Therefore, he came for these two reasons. Okay, so that's what Gurudev is saying here. We have called you all from so many places around the world. Why? In order to explain to you the moods of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and how he wanted to give Raganuga Bhakti, especially Rupanuga Bhakti, intimate service to Srimati Radhika. We have no direct relationship with Krishna. Our Swamini mistress is Srimati Radhika. Our relationship is with her, and Krishna is her most beloved. Prananatha Vrishabhanu Nandini Sri Makabja Rasalola Satapada. We will explain the principle for the next 15 days, and if you are qualified to accept a sprinkle of what Mahaprabhu wanted to donate, your life will be most successful. That is why I called you. Do you want to go on parikrama of Puri for the next few days? Vasanti, is that all right? Okay. So we will discuss what Mahaprabhu did in Navadvip and Godavari, how he tasted Radhabhav. You know, I read something just yesterday, which was very surprising, that you know that Mahaprabhu became elongated. Sometimes he became like a turtle and other dislocated body. And so I was always told that, but Radhika only experiences that internally, not externally like Mahaprabhu. But yesterday I read from Gurudev that she must be experiencing that also, although it's not described. Yeah, probably, yeah. Right. So what he donated to the animals at Jarikanda, how he made elephants maddened, and how he changed the hearts of tigers, bears, and deer. So there's hope for us. And made them all friends. Such is his mercy. This is the nature of Krishna. Krishna is love, and love is Krishna. Nowadays, we hear the name of in the name of religion, we should destroy all those who do not want to be in our religion. So I think from tomorrow onwards, 3 to 4 p.m., let's sit together in different groups and explain all these pastimes and establish philosophical truth from Chaitanya Charitamrita, since we're already there and we're almost finished with Ramananda Rai Sambad. Hmm? So, no, I was reading. Oh, he lands here. Oh, yeah, that's what to do at 4. Yeah, thank you. All right, so in chapter 15 of Bhagavad Gita, Krishna describes 3 types of, yes? Oh, she wants me to stop. Let me just check to see if there's anything that really needs to be said. Huh? The sentence? Hmm? Right, exactly. All right, I think we pretty much covered it. And then the next few days we'll be going on parikrama here with Srila Gurudev, Srila Prabhupada. Okay, so now we'll have speaking, and I'll hear upstairs because I'm starting to fade out. And I guess that's it for now. Any questions about this Purushottama Mass? A month or so. Yeah, where it ends. June what? Okay, June 15th, 14th. Yeah, 15th it ends. I mean, that's the last day of it. We have what? We break our fast. And so it's, speaking of fast, it's the same fast that we observe on Kartik. So what is the fast? What is the fast for this month? No eggplant, no honey, no tomatoes, no sesame or any, no urd dal, no mustard seeds, no mustard oil, any related, no Loki, parmal, shaving, criticizing, lying, complaining, no complaining, unless it's constructive. Well, that's what he said. What? So what did we do that other month? Okay, we'll discuss that, anything we have to do. So we'll put Chandan on Radhika's Jagannath. Okay. All right. Any other question? Yes. I'm not exactly clear on the question. Maybe you could ask me it later with more explanation, and we can talk about it tomorrow. Okay. Hmm? Yeah. Yeah, but what does that have to do with Radharani? Who came back? Okay, I need a more thorough explanation of that later. Huh? Yes, I just want to understand it so we can express it. All right, Gaur Premanandi, Purushottamamasa ki jai. All right, so I'm going to go in here upstairs. So Vasanti's taking over here. Does anybody want the written of what I, well, maybe you can make copies. Hmm? All right. Okay. The trees benefit. The trees benefit. And you offer incense.
Such a divine celebration. Thank you. Yesterday was so blissful. I think Miami's, the Sangha is, this community is, and all the people who come just love obviously our Guru Devi, love to party. The programs here are just incredible. So we have who's cooking? Oh, okay. I was like, no lunch. Um, we still have quite a few speakers, so I'd like to keep it, if possible, like 7-8 minutes. And start with Hari Mohini. Katie, are you going to speak a few words? Jai. Hello. Oh, nice. That's good. Here? It's okay, I cannot speak this.
Hare Krishna, Dandavat Pranam to everyone. I'm not really qualified to speak. Nothing in my head, nothing in my heart. But it's also not appropriate to dump such a sevaki, how we say. I know Syamarani did it from long, but I never surrendered my heart to her, so very difficult, and we always very much feel humbled to Miami, so it's very healthy for me to come here in this Sangha. Yeah, like a big injection of becoming devotee. Didi is super humble, seems fragile, but is such a lioness, seems fragile bodily. Like other day, I had to do Mangalarati and wanted to offer something to Thakurji, and just could not open the jar, how you say, no? I could not open, then I asked another Didi, and she appeared from nowhere, and said, just showed the hand, like, give me, and opened it in 1 second. So that is Syamarani. You know, me like a giant, and nothing inside, nothing out. No, it's true. You know? Like this, and then, yeah, that's it. I mean, this is maybe the beginning and the end of my talk. But I mean, because that takes everything, isn't it? And like today, also we went, like, how many times I went around the block, how many times, last year especially, I went almost every day to the beach after some quick seva. And never I noticed, I mean, here just, 5 meter, it's a huge jumbo tree, isn't it? Why I could find it? Because in front of me was walking Vasanti Didi and Syamarani Didi. This is opening eyes. So here is everything. Vaishnavas, 3 holy dams, Jagannath Puri, Vrindavan, Syamarani Didi's Kunj. Like every manjari has its Kunj at Radha, no? Like at Radha Kund, every Saki, but also every manjari has its own Kunj. So this is Syamarani, Thakurani's Kunj. And yeah, they can take dust and roll all day around. Yeah, I don't know what else to say.
You said you've known her for a long time. Can you say how you knew her from a long time ago?
I don't
You
know.
met her in like ISKCON time?
Yeah, ISKCON time. I was just brand new. Like she was coming to Berlin.
What year was that?
Beginning of maybe 91. I joined 1990 and was like Brahmacharini in ashram. First shortly Italy, then Switzerland. And then in Berlin, I came to Berlin, like Germany after then I met her, and we were completely into book distribution. Like, all because this is so strong in it. And then she sometimes come and at Ratha Yatra once, she even was distributing books. We could distribute with her. This was such an inspiration, like that. Already then she was teaching to learn verses. I mean, it's now already so many years past. What I know, Shikshastakam and Trinada Pisuni. I mean, it's to cry. But you're so cool. You know so many verses and everything. And serving, Sharada. I mean, it's so yesterday cooking feast, whole feast, and cake. This all. So Didi's mercy flowing through all of you. And if possible, please allow me to come every year to make one. yeah, became a little bit like tradition. Like I thought, it was such a dilemma. I was in Vrindavan, I had some seva, and I was thinking. I mean, since I met Gurudev, always I wanted to go to Purushottam Mountain, Puri, no? And first could not this, that, always some obstacle. And now I was thinking, yes, it's this festival here, and even Madhu Maharaj is coming. But no, I was preaching whole time. I will not go. I will not go. I will not go. I will, like stay and do like this 1 week Puri Parikrama. But then somehow there were always some calls, like, but then when I said a few days, like 3-4 days before Mahaprabhu, I saw this announcement and Mahaprabhu will come, then it was just so, I mean, it's incredible. And also how Didi pulled Mahaprabhu here, it is everything. I like to stop, I don't.
Yeah, it needs 2 more. Sulfur. And bring this too. Okay. So, and Hari Mohini was talking about Gurudevi's strength, and Janardhan also last night. Just reminded me, our Srila Gurudev called her a palm leaf soldier. One wind can blow her over, but yet inside. And we were in the Philippines once, and the temple invited her to speak, and they loved her speaking so much that they invited her again the next night. But then they called and said, "Oh, we're sorry. Actually, our, GBC told us you can't come back." And then Gurudev came. Next place we went was Malaysia, and when we told Gurudev, and then Gurudev said, "Oh, yes, they are afraid of her. She can out Siddhanta anybody." And then Gurudev one time also said that if anybody criticizes me, Syamarani will defend me. Even if Lord Brahma criticizes me, she'll fight Lord Brahma. So, and just recently, after about 4 or 5 months ago, she fell. And it was pretty bad. And like even the doctor said that anyone with her x-ray would be in bed for like 3 months. After 3 weeks, she was just like, "I'm done." It was just like, we're in the room and just like, "I'm done with this walker, put it away." And I was like, and it was pretty like magical and mystical to see, like having been through, 24/7 of care, and then to just be like, okay, I'm better. It just really reminded me of Narottam Das Thakur when he was paralyzed. And then his disciples said, "Oh, Gurudev, it's not going to look good. People won't think you're a pure devotee if you have this lila of paralysis." So then all of a sudden he just was fine. He's like, "Okay," and then he started walking again. So, like that. Okay, Atul, Prabhu?
Oh, that was for you. Agyanatimirandasya Ginanjana Shalakaya Chaksurlimalitam Jena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Namo Vishnupadaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Narayana Iti Namane. Wow, it's a daunting task to glorify a Vaishnava because, everyone has already said a million times now that Anantasesh with his thousands of tongues couldn't glorify Krishna and his devotees. So I think I'm just going to share my experience because I actually can't really see the glories of Syamarani. That's the fact. But I can say that I've become a little less ignorant of them over the years. I do remember when I first met the disciples of Narayan Maharaj in 2006 and saw her paintings, and I was very impressed. Like, wow, these are really, three-dimensional, beautiful. They're not Indian, they're not Western, they're not anything. I'd seen Indian art, some devotional art and pictures of Krishna, and I had actually had Bhagavad Gita and Sri Upanishad when I was a kid. So I actually saw, the first painting I saw was Syamarani's painting. Really amazing cover of the Sri Upanishad. But yeah, I didn't really understand what was a Vaishnava really until I met Gurudev and saw his band of Vaishnavas that traveled with him, and slowly saw that Syamarani was like Syamarani Didi was one of her great soldiers, like you were saying. And it was amazing to see all these really like scholars, speaking so nicely under Gurudev's command, and a lot of times the last word was given to Syamarani Didi because obviously she was such a good scholar and really knew, and she would speak exactly what she had read. It was like you read the shloka and the purport, and that's what Syamarani spoke, perfectly in order, very clear. And now living here so many years later, I get to hear class from her every morning, and it's an incredible gift. Not to be, I really hope I wouldn't would not appreciate this incredible opportunity. I know one story that comes to mind that I don't know where I heard it, but Narayan Maharaj, Srila Gurudev, was asked to speak or spoke on the appearance day or disappearance day of Saraswati Thakur, and he spoke very strongly and very long and elaborately with great detail and really elucidated the glories of Saraswati Thakur. And according to what I heard, some of the senior devotees, the disciples themselves of Saraswati Thakur, were surprised and maybe apparently, supposedly disturbed. And they, the question came like, who is this Narayan Maharaj to speak? How does he know all these things? What is his qualification? And Srila Gurudev, either Param Gurudev or Srila Gurudev said, because I've heard from my guru. And so when I think of Syamarani and her seva, this story comes to mind because I see all these devotees, that have come just in the last few years, maybe 5-10 years, and under her guidance. And, I hear from them the glories of Narayan Maharaj, and I see the glories of Narayan Maharaj and Prabhupada coming out through them. And how else would that be possible if it weren't for Syamarani? So even though this doesn't exactly parallel, it just shows that really all the power to glorify Krishna, to glorify Vaishnavas, is coming from Vaishnava. So if this is happening, then obviously it's coming from Srimati Syamarani Didi. So I see it happening. So therefore I know that she is, giving this power to serve to all these great devotees around her. And someone may take initiation from anyone, but if they come in contact with Syamarani Didi, they're learning from her, and she's very happily giving so much opportunity to serve to the disciples of any guru, from ISKCON, from Prem Prayojan, from anywhere. Someone is taking Harinam Diksha, they're taking shelter of Syamarani Didi, and I've seen that for so long. When I was living in Los Angeles, we had a temple in the beginning, and then it disappeared. But we kept trying under the guidance of Shivananda Sain and his wonderful wife, who's sitting right there. We kept going, and really the inspiration was coming from Syamarani Didi. She'd come maybe once a year in the summertime, and I remember she would be giving class regularly, and I would go, and she would just give me boxes of books and say, just take these books. And I don't know where those books went, but every year I would get more books from her, and at Badger I would get boxes of books. And somehow they were all distributed. I don't know how. I don't remember doing it, but it happened. I think she did it. I think she gave me the books and then she came and distributed them because I can't. Yes, occasionally I would send you a picture, and I'd remember. Okay, but really, I think those books were going out by her power, without a doubt, and that was for many years. That was starting 15 years ago, 16 years ago. So, very lucky to be here. Thank you, Hare Krishna.
Thanks, Atul. Nice. Yashoda Jalal Prabhu, did you want to speak anything?
Om Gana Timirandasya Gananjana Shalakaya Chakshula Umilitam Yana Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. I just want to start by saying how lucky I feel to know Syamarani Didi and to be part of this community. It's such a beautiful thing she's built here, and something that I wanted in my life for a really long time, but didn't have. What she's built here is just so amazing. This temple, all of you devotees here gathered around. I guess I'll try to tell my story of how I met Syamarani Didi. It was about 10 years ago. I had been involved with a community that wasn't really quite so pleasant, but it did plant the seed of bhakti in my heart. And I had some things happen in my life, and I started getting called back to Krishna consciousness. And I didn't really have a community, I didn't have a sangha, I didn't really have anybody. And Avadut Maharaj ended up getting stranded at an airport in New York, and my friend called me and asked if I would pick him up and take him somewhere. And I picked him up, and he ended up Jai. He ended up wanting to ride down to Florida, and I said, I'm at a point in my life where I'm down for whatever. So, like, I guess me and Maharaj are going on a road trip from New York to Florida together, and I didn't know anything. I mean, I literally didn't even know, like, I was calling him Mirage because I didn't even know what his name was. And so we drove down to Florida, and obviously it was an amazing experience getting to spend that time with him. And we got down to Alachua, Florida, and one of my friends, I'm not going to say her name because it's kind of private, but one of my friends that was in this other community that we were both hurt pretty bad in, she was down there in Alachua, so I ended up spending a lot of time with her and her husband at the time. And she was like, there's someone I want you to meet. You have to meet this person. And I was like, okay, I mean, I'm yeah, sure, whatever. Like, I didn't really understand why it was so important for me to meet her, but she was like, you got to meet her, and I'm going to figure out when. And she called me up. She was like, you got to come down. Now you can meet her. So I came to the temple, and I went upstairs, and there was Syamarani Didi. And I just remember she was at this huge, giant table with, like, what looked like a dozen or more projects going on at the same time. It's like all these stacks of paper and all these books open with bookmarks in them, and she was clearly, like, very busy about her work, and she just stopped what she was doing. We really didn't have that many words. She just said, oh, what an interesting devotee. I remember that was the comment she said about me. I was kind of hippied out with long hair and dreadlocks and stuff at the time. And I don't know, it was like this thing that just kind of transcended language, but like I felt like I was wanted there. And it didn't really, that was kind of, I guess, where the seed was planted. I didn't really think much of it. I was still just, oh, well, I guess my friend really respects this woman, and, so I'm going to, honor her too. And it just kind of left it at that. But looking back on it now, I realized there was so much more that my friend was trying to show me, that she knew how hurt I was, and she knew that I needed somebody I could trust, and that we hadn't found too many people we could trust, and she was introducing me to someone I could actually trust. And I wasn't ready to give my heart at that point, and she wasn't taking disciples at that point. But many years later, I ended up at a community in Texas, and there was a devotee there who she was his Guru Devi, and so I ended up coming to Florida to work some shows, and I was like, I gotta go see what she's doing down there. I heard she's got this new community and a temple, so I came, and like, even on the ride down, like, I knew. I don't know why or how, but I knew that she was my guru, and it just started making sense as I was driving down. And I came down, and I spent some time, and I ended up going back and doing some other shows, and then I came back down again. I went back to my house in Virginia, and I came back down, and one of the times that I had an audience with her in her room, I kept like not knowing how to say it, and I kept like saying other things, and she just like stopped me, and she looked at me, and she said, just tell me what's on your mind, just say it. And I said, I think I want you to be my guru. And it was that push. Like, I don't think I could have said it on my own. It was like the way that she pushed me to do what my heart already wanted to do and know I wanted to do, and intellectually I knew I was planning to do, but I couldn't do it. And she does that for me so much. She like pushes me to do the things that I want to do, but I tell myself I can't do. I tell myself I don't want to do, and it's like she knows me better than I know myself. And I feel really honored to have this relationship with her, and I hope that I can live up to what a disciple is supposed to be. Thank you.
So nice. Thank you. It's so amazing how you noticed the big stack of papers everywhere, all over her room. When when I was younger and we were on tour, she would all the time, any hour of the day, be like midnight. She's like, "Oh, can you print?" Or like, or "Can you email?" "Can you email Brajanath Prabhu?" That was our Gurdev's secretary. And I would like get up out of bed and do it. And then we were in Navadvip. What year was that? When Devananda Gaudiya must have been. It was before Gurudev split. So, yeah, 2001. Was that our first? We were on the roof. It was one. No, I was already. It must have been 2 or 3. Anyways, I was just my beginning days, and then there was a big meeting on the roof, and Gurudev was talking about who he was going to give sannyas to, and then he said, and I felt like he looked at Syamarani and he said, "Don't think that everyone can do like you." And then he looked at me, and then he said, you can do it. I can't exactly remember, but I remember him saying, "Don't think everyone can do like you." And then he said, "And when you speak, or when you tell people what to do, speak sweetly," or something like that. And it was like directed. It was for me, because I think it was right after my first tour. It was quite a whirlwind. I wasn't sure. That ran through my mind many times, but Gurudev wouldn't let me.
Never thought of quitting. She was always fixing her seva.
I know one time I was almost like, I don't know if I can do this. And after the morning walk, I followed Gurudev into his room. After they would close the door after the walk, and then I went into the room, and then Gurudev looked at me, and he said, "Oh, you want to change?" And I felt so bad because I knew that he knew, like, change seva. I was like, "No, Gurudev. Sometimes it's so hard," and so I talk back so much, and I feel so bad. I wish Syamarani all the time, and he said, "No harm." He said, "It's normal. Krishna fights with the gopis all the time." And he said, "Maharaj, you fight with me all the time." So he said, "It's just normal when you're living with someone like this." So sweet. Jai. That was a boy. Let's go, girl. Yeah. Oh yeah, actually, Kunja Bihari, who I'm doing disciples first.
Wait, sit here. ज्ञानतिमनन्दस्य ज्ञाननिर्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः. Forgive me, I usually just copy Gadagaja Prabhu for his intro, and he hasn't gone yet, so I forgot what to say. But usually I'll just kind of tell. Karuna and I already kind of related some of our story with Guru Devi, so maybe I'll just tell kind of the path to my initiation, because she got initiated before me, maybe a year before. And so I was always kind of on the fence. And I think it was tricky because we were coming from another community in Philadelphia, and there was a lot of kind of scary implications, I guess, with what it would mean to leave that community potentially. Not that we would be leaving, but I would be worried that maybe we would, that community might not want us to be around anymore, which worked out ultimately. But yeah, I think like we'd always visit GVO, we'd visit SVA, and at the time, Guru Devi was almost kind of like a Shiksha Guru to me. So we'd come visit her maybe once every few months or something like that. And she would talk to us. And she was always kind of like secretly prodding me, I guess, in the direction of initiation. But it wasn't kind of a direct thing. She'd always be talking to Karunamai on the side. Like we'd attend a lecture. And then she'd be with Karunamai and be kind of like whispering away with Karunamai. And I'm like, oh, I know they're talking about me again. It always ended up being like that. And it would be something like, oh yeah, is he still like eating eggs? He's still like drinking coffee and all these things. And then she'd come up to me afterwards. She'd always be relaying the messages from Guru Devi to me. She's like, yeah, she said that, if you eat egg, you'll turn into an egg next life, right? And, like, oh, yeah. And then she's like, then she came up to me another time. She's like, yeah, coffee's a narcotic, by the way. I was like, oh, well, okay. And so I was like, I didn't even tell her. So what's up? I don't know. I was upset with Karunamai that she was always telling her all this stuff in my life, giving her progress reports. Like, oh yeah, he's slowly getting into bhakti. Like, yeah, it's working out for. And so it was always embarrassing. But like at the same time, I could tell there was that kind of like motherly affection there that like she cared, and that was already like a good impression. Like I just felt like when I was there, I felt like my mom was there, kind of checking up on me, seeing what I'm up to, and then after that, like it's so funny because even before we started coming here. Like, I was looking for a birthday gift for Karunamai when she was still living in Colombia. And I was like, we were super new into bhakti. So I was like, oh, this would be cool. I was looking for like some art book. I was like, oh, this would be like a good bhakti-friendly gift or something. So I found this art book, and it was Guru Devi's art book. And I think I emailed, and I think I was talking with you about something. Now, looking back, I was like, who was I talking with? I wasn't sure. But yeah, and so that was before anything else. When I got that art book, I was like, wow, this is beautiful. I sent it to her, and she like loved it. But we didn't even know anything about it. And then like, just, it's so crazy how things progress now, looking back, how it was probably meant to be. It was meant to be. But yeah, there was that. And then yeah, and so then it was kind of like a process of like, I was just on the fence. Who should my guru be? Should it be Guru Devi? Like, is that even possible? And there's so many gurus. In this other community, there were gurus I was interested in. And then even in this community, I was like, there's so many gurus. How can you choose? Like, there's Siddhanti Maharaj. I love listening to Siddhanti Maharaj. I love listening to, Vanu Maharaj. There's so many options. Prem Prayojan Prabhu is so impressive too. Madhav Maharaj, so I won't include everyone. But it was a thing where, ultimately every time I'd go to her and talk to her, I always felt like all my doubts were kind of just eased. I talked to Haridas and I talked to her. That was always the sequence. And Haridas would kind of be like, hey, he was so good also about kind of, letting me know about Guru Devi, but giving me that space and like kind of teaching me about her. And then I would talk to her. And every time I'd go with so many doubts and so many questions and like, and I would still leave with the doubts and questions, but like I would just feel better. That's all like, intellectualizing it was always a problem, but like, in the heart, I always felt better after talking to her, and that's still the case today. And it was through that process of over the course of years, actually, doing that, meeting with her. She would suggest like, hey, Harinam's an option. Think about it. And I'd be like, yeah, I just need more time. I'm not ready yet. And we went on a trip to Vrindavan. I was really attracted to Gaur Govinda Swami too, and so it just so happened that things. It was just weird that we met with his devotees there accidentally. We, in Mayapur, and his Pushpa Samadhi was there. That we happened to be there right at the right time when the Pujari was there, and we happened to get a lot of books. So I was reading his book, When Good Fortune Arises, and it's an amazing book. And reading that plus Guru Deva Tatma from the recommendation of Guru Devi kind of was like helping me learn about who is supposed to be a guru? How do you even, how can you tell who is a guru? And there was one like line I really liked from Gaur Govinda Swami's Guru Devatatma that I'll read. I took in a lot of notes because I was trying to decide like, oh, does she check these boxes? And of course she does, but it was just a process. I was trying to be like really methodical about it. So oh yeah, so there's a couple, Gaur Govinda Swami always has so many good lines, but here's a good one. So there's two. One is, if the guru has no potency, this is more like an after the fact kind of thing, like now that I'm initiated, that like, oh yeah, of course this is correct, but if the guru has no potency, how can he withstand the sinful reactions of his disciples? Such persons must fall down. He has brahmacharis as his disciples. They have so much material desire, so much sexual attraction, and that must come to the guru because the guru is giving them protection. If you come to guru and the guru has no potency to withstand it, he must fall down. That is another reason for falling down. And yet, Guru Devi, despite all of my problems, even after giving me initiation, still perfect. So that's great proof right there. and the other thing is that, oh God, I have another one. Oh yeah, and it was so difficult because I'd go to her and be like, can you just perform some magic or something, or just show me that like you're actually supposed to be a guru? And she, I'd be like, show me something super. I didn't say it explicitly, but that was what I was looking for, something supernatural to be like proof that And there's a lot of things that thereafter happened, which I won't go into, but like I believe it now. But one thing that Gaur Govinda Swami says is, your motto is seeing is believing. You cannot see, so you cannot believe. Because you are a conditioned soul, your vision is defective. You cannot see a sadhu. Krishna is there. Can you see him? No, you cannot, because you are not endowed with proper vision. First develop the proper vision, and then you can see Krishna. Then you can see how a sadhu is there. It is not a fact that sadhus are not present. How is everything going on? How does the sun rise, the wind blow, and Indra give rain? All these things are going on. No sadhu, no Krishna. It's nonsense, foolishness. So in the same way, I realized that this isn't something I could evaluate just by like logic and being like, oh yeah, she has these things, because we don't even have the vision to properly. So it's such a quandary. How can you evaluate a guru if you're such a neophyte that you don't have any such vision to evaluate a guru? What is the metric then? Like, how do you know that someone is qualified? And ultimately, what I think sealed the deal was when Siddhanti, we had the good fortune to host Siddhanti Maharaj a couple of years ago in the fall when he was visiting Philadelphia. And he gave a lecture there, and at the end of it, I kind of posed my question, and I was saying, how am I supposed to know who's supposed to be my guru? I'm like, effectively, I was saying, like, I'm attracted to you, I'm attracted to Guru. How am I supposed to do it? And he says, oh, it's so simple. It's just like a matter of the heart. Who is your heart attracted to? Who is it pulling you to? And he's like, and effectively he said, like, we're all a package deal. Like, don't worry about like choosing one or the other. Like, as long as we all have the same mood, it's fine. And with that, I think it kind of just cemented it. And I just felt in my heart that like this person who I always loved talking to, I love being around, who I have this affection for, that should be my guru. And that's what I felt for Guru Devi. And I think that's what allowed me to finally kind of take initiation. So, and it's been so wonderful. I'm so grateful. And I hope I can eventually have the proper vision and hearing to appreciate what she's saying and to properly receive the message, which I know is not the case, and to properly follow her instructions, which is not the case. So maybe one day with her mercy. So thank you so much.
That's awesome. I love that. We're a package deal. It's exactly what Guru Devi spoke last year. It was so beautiful. I wanted to find it and post it again. Maybe you can help me. She said, or 2 years ago. I'm sorry, 2 years ago. When she said, she was specific. She said, I don't see my disciples as my disciples. And I don't want them to see each other as like only my God sibling, but that we're all God brothers and God sisters. She spoke it so much more eloquently. Okay, Bhakti, Manjari. Oh, Srimati. Haribol. Thank you.
Haribol. I need a cheat sheet too. Om Anaman Mayaman Agyana Timarandasya Janaya Salakaya Chaksur Umitmaya Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. It's really strange when I'm in this room. My sight gets completely blurry, and I can't see, and I can't think, and everything is blank. I get to know. So this is my first Guru Puja. I feel like a baby in here. I met Guru Devi 10 months ago. No, I got to know Guru Devi, about Guru Devi 10 months ago, and I met her for the first time 9 months ago because we had to go right away. Yeah, it's less than a year. It's less than a year. And I remember since then we were here. This is our fourth time at the temple. And I remember seeing what's going on in this temple, and I thought, I just want to help these guys. I just want to help, but I had some idea what I could do, but I just couldn't do it. And the second time I was here, Guru Devi kept asking me, what can you do? What can you do? What do you like to do? And I said, oh, I'm good with finances and technology and systems and organization. And I just couldn't offer my service. I just couldn't say anything. I apologize to Vashanti for it. But Guru Devi looked at me and she said, okay, so you are the temple accountant now. And we were just standing in the door. We had to leave to the airport, and it was literally like in the last minute. And I looked at her and I said, okay. And I'm so grateful because she appointed me, and I couldn't have offered the service on my own, but she appointed me, so it was okay. And since then I'm doing this, and yeah, it's okay. No, I love doing it, and I'm just so happy I can message Vashanti directly and ask her questions. And sometimes I get answers. But so I'm doing it for 5 months now, and I'm just so grateful, and I started to develop an anxiety when I'm not doing it. So I'm so anxious if I'm not doing it, and I started to pray, please don't take the service away from me, because I don't know what I would do here without it. Because I see all these devotees, they can sing, they can dance, they can read. Everybody here is so gifted, and I'm not. And I keep thinking this mundane work is just. Stop saying the word mundane. I'm sorry. I can't imagine anymore to turn back to this mundane work, because here it's not mundane. So I grew up under very challenging circumstances, so I learned very early that this world is only suffering and pain, and I had no joy and nothing, so I wanted to escape this world from a very early age. And I tried everything, but I just kept coming back. And I developed this desperation, so I have a lot of desperation that I don't want to be here. And sometimes I'm so desperate that I run to Guru Devi in my mind, in my meditations, and I felt like that's an offense because I just run to her. And I told her about it, and she looked at me and she said, it's okay. And I said, it's not offensive. And she said, no. But the next time, just knock on my door before you come in. And I thought, oh my God. I'm just running into her room just to sit at her feet, and I don't even knock on the door. So from then, I just take a deep breath and I feel this desperation, and I knock on her door and I wait until she says, come in. So we're traveling this world, my husband and I still had this feeling of I need a place where I can feel calm and peaceful, but we didn't find a place like that. And I just found one place, and that was Greece. And a month ago, I stayed in Greece for a week all by my own, in the most gorgeous place, turquoise water at the ocean, olive groves around me, stone house, and I was just drowning in material nescience, and I was drowning, and I was feeling so bad. And that's when I realized there's no place in this world. There's no place to go, and there's no place to be. The only place that I can get some peace of mind and calmness is here at Guru Devi's feet. And I just know it, and I still had this idea of Greece being the perfect place. But then I was thinking of Narada Muni in his last incarnations here, and where he was just wanting a calm, peaceful place for his bhajan, and that made him come back. So I'm so grateful, because I don't want to go back to Greece. I mean, we will go back to Greece, but I'm just desperate, because this is the only place to be. And this is when I and there's no payment for anything I do. The only payment that I care for is the treasure chest of Vashanti that she gives me when she's happy and relaxed, and I can take a little burden from her shoulders, and I see her smile and relax. Nothing makes me more happy like that. And I just wait for Guru Devi to smile. And when she smiles, it's like the sun is rising. And this sun is dispelling all the darkness. And I just need a sentence or a word from her and a smile from her, and I know I'm fine. And she's the only person that can guide me. There's no other person, and there's nobody else. And the sweetest Guru Devi is just gathering the sweetest devotees around her. And everybody in this community has such a great gift, and there's no competition. It's not like in the material world. Nobody's competing with anybody. Everybody's so unique and so sweet. And we were searching for sweetness all over the world, but the only sweetness is here. So I'm grateful to be here, and I hope for many more Guru Pujas. Hare Krishna, Hare Bol.
So nice. When we landed in Hollywood, I said two things. I don't want to be involved with the kitchen, and I don't want to be involved with the finances. And there I was, making avocado toast for every guest that came in, because that's all I knew how to do. And I'm like trying to manage saving receipts. I was like, for what? I'm like, what am I saving them? But we had a whole notebook. I was like, wait, I was like, wait. Shoving it in. I was like, yeah, exactly. I was like, let me at least look the part. But I used to, and when I would get grumpy, and I would say to Syamarani, what happened to the days where we just had $100 in our pocket and traveled the world? Our Srila Gurudev said, just keep $100 for emergencies. So we had $100 on us, and we had 2 envelopes, a Syamarani Didi envelope and a book envelope. And most of our money went into the book envelope, unless someone would say, some people would say to me, please don't spend this on books. Please spend it on Syamarani Didi, like medicine or massage oil or something. Please spend it on her.
You would give all of it to Guru.
Everything to Gurudev, yeah. But yeah.
And then he would give you $100 back.
Yeah. There's a beautiful story. Param Gurudev, time is ticking. So anyways, I'm so grateful because, yeah, she knows. It really... Then we thought, let's hire an accountant. We'll be professional. Then the relief. And he didn't know us. So, if it said gas, like the gas for the stove, the oven outside, he'd put it under like auto. Like nothing doesn't know what we're doing here. So he didn't know how to document stuff. Anyways, now we're legit because of Srimati. So grateful. And so grateful for Hamangini and Sharda, because then I got to step out of the kitchen. But I also just want to say it's so beautiful because, like, I'm on the other end now, and so I'm in the room and I see what's going on, but I don't know what's going on in people's hearts. And like that's how when I first came, I was in Varshana, and I really wanted to serve. I heard that Syamarani was sending out our Gurudev's lectures. There was no Facebook, all the social media at the time, and so everything came out over email. And I really wanted to help because the only thing that I knew how to do was type. I felt I was a really good typist. So when I told her, I was so scared. I was so nervous. I didn't really know her at all. And I said, "Oh, I heard your." No, I said, "I just want to say that I can type really fast. So if you need any help with anything," and then she's like, "Sure. Can you come in my room right now?" so I was like, "Yeah." So I went to her room and she's like, "I'll dictate to you right now the Parikama, the Varshana Parikama we just went on." Okay, so she's speaking to me this report and I'm typing, and then in between she's pausing, they're like talking about the next tour and like this person can host here and plane tickets, and then she'd come back to me, and then people were coming in and out, and like there's people in the kitchen and cooking was going on, and then they're talking about Gurudev's class, and it was like all these things. I'm like, whoa, this is the life. I want to do this. And then a year later, the opportunity came. So just to hear like Srimati not wanting to ask about being the accountant, and Yashoda not, how she really, I saw her pull you here, but I didn't know what was going on I didn't know anything about where you were before. And, it's just so amazing to hear that. And, yeah, so I just wanted to express my appreciation. Okay, Bhakti? We stayed when we first landed here. We got to stay with Bhakti Mandri for 2 months. And thanks to the Shinga.
I got to stay with you guys. Om Gyanatimarandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Gurave Gaurachandraya Radhikaya Tadale Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tarabhaktaya Namo Namaha. So I first want to say that I don't know my fortune because I've gotten to associate with someone as elevated as Gurudevi Srimati Syamarani Didi. We're wandering throughout the universes, and by some fortune we can associate with someone of her caliber. And she is undoubtedly a Mahabhagavat, Uttam Adhikari. And with that, I wanted to share. Sorry, I'm nervous. I wanted to share the definition of an Uttam Adhikari given in Chaitanya Charitamrita. So one who is well conversant and expert in Shastric facts and analysis, having unflinching faith in Shastric injunctions, and can deliver the world. In pretty much every interaction I have with her, she's quoting Shastra, whether it's guiding me or chastising or just giving affection. She's always quoting Shastra, always relying on it so heavily in everything she does. And she doesn't just talk the talk, she walks the walk. And I also wanted to, speaking of walking the walk, I wanted to also give the definition of an acharya. One who fully understands the conclusions of the revealed scriptures and whose deep realization is reflected in their behavior. They are a living example because they teach the meaning of scripture both by word and by deed. So this is undoubtedly her. She's the embodiment of selflessness. She'll be on 3%, she won't be feeling well, and with a sore throat, she'll ask me, "Did you tell your Guru Maharaj about what you're dealing with? Or how is it going with this and that? And are you chanting every day?" And it's just so like heart melting because even when she's on 3%, she's giving her all. And she's giving her all the time. And sometimes I'll be on the altar for like a few hours and I'll be like starving. And she'll tell me like, "Can you please fix Krishna's necklace?" And I say, I can't do anything anymore. I have to go away. But I'm so humbled when I think about how like I mean, if you read in ASL, like, how many hardships she's dealt with in her life, and, like, for how many years she's, like, inhaled, like, paint fumes and, like, marathons day after day for years and years and years. And it's so humbling because it's like I'll never know what it is to serve. Like, she's just such a high example of everything she does. And I'm gonna check my notes again. She's undoubtedly given her life. And I feel that being a conditioned soul, I don't know what love is, but she's undoubtedly taught me what love is. And to my capacity, whatever that is, I truly love her so much. And I'll just finish with, like, saying that so many senior Vaishnavas, like, respect her and honor her, like, so much. So, like, all of them. They are always giving her respect. And I think it's really cute that my Guru Maharaj, the Bhaktivedanta Goswami Maharaj, when he comes to Miami and when he sees her, like, at least on 2 occasions, one was, I think it was in India when he had Srupa the Jiva on the nightstand. Was that in Govardhan? Yeah. Oh, okay. Basically, just out of deep respect, he, like, forcibly but kind of playfully, like, put her hands on his head to, like, receive her blessings. So I think it's really cute that he does that. Okay, thank you for giving me the opportunity to purify my tongue.
Thank you. So nice. Thanks, Bhakti. So true. Sometimes I'm like, why do you have to be so giving? Like, why do you have to be so compassionate? Like people, 10, 11 at night, they're crying, having a problem. I was like, they'll still have the problem tomorrow. Go to bed, Like, so.
She thinks about it at night.
And then she,
yeah. This person, one time when I was just massaging her at night, she said, all the jivas of the world are suffering so much. What are we to do?
Yeah.
That's what she's thinking about at night.
So compassionate. For me, one time the epitome of compassion was when we were on we were in London and she was training the Ganga Matas on book distribution, and she gave someone a book. She just, like, put it on. They had this, like, meat, like a hamburger or something, and the book, and then she asked him for a donation, and he was like, "Oh, I can't get to my wallet," and she's like, "Hold that." I couldn't believe she held that. It was. I'm, like, watching what this guy's giving from his wallet. I'm like, it better be. Yeah. So, I don't remember. I was just like, wow. Jai. Manani, you want to speak a few words? Sorry?
I said it's hard for me to sit. Oh, no problem. But I don't want to be sitting higher than you. I'm a mess. Jai. Guruve Gorachandraya Radhikaya Tadalaye Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tarabhaktaya Namo Namaha. Wow. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Shri Guru Prishtaya Bhutale Shri Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Madhavariti Namine. Such an honor to speak about Didi. I feel very much like Radhika does about her. I was very cynical about gurus. In fact, in college, I took this world religion class, and I did my whole paper on how they were all bogus. So, but I also had this lifelong desire to know who the Supreme Lord was. And I knew it wasn't Jesus because he was like, when we pray, we need to pray to our Father. So I was, like, as a little girl saying, what's the name of our Father and what's going on in heaven? Like, these were burning questions ever since I can remember. And I also knew I needed spiritual teachers who knew more than, me and who could guide me, but I kept feeling like I was outgrowing my teachers. And then I got to this point where I had been through like every religion and every philosophy, and I just felt like I was in a wilderness of like, how can I grow without, knowing someone who could help me? And at the same time, I didn't really have a conception of guru. And so it was so merciful that Syamarani, when I had such good fortune, that verse, what is it? Sadhu Sangha, Sarva Shastra Hoy. Lava Matra Sadhu Sangha, Sarva Siddhi Hoy Jai. Thank you all. That the revealed scriptures say that a moment's association with a pure devotee is like everything. I mean, that's a paraphrase, but it's like everything. And I remember that it was in 2018 that I met Didi, and I had just had this kind of mystical experience of Krishna, and I knew he was the Supreme Lord, but I also thought maybe I'm crazy, because of this experience. And so my friend Deva Mai, I was so fortunate that she was in California at the time, and Vasanti, and she said, "Oh, do you want to meet someone?" First, she dragged me on this, like, what she called the LA parikram, because I was trying to become vegetarian. So she's like, "Oh, I know this great restaurant called Govinda's." And I'm like, "Really?" I'd never been to the temple. I'd never really heard of ISKCON, although I used to work 15 minutes from there, and I used to drive to this area every day, but I didn't know where I was going. And so she took me there, and then it's like there's a Bhagavad Gita museum, and then she'd take me to these devotees' houses, and I was like, wow, I thought everyone's quite strange, and that I would not, that I would just have a brief association. So I couldn't say anyone's names, I couldn't remember anyone's names, but then I started hanging out more and more, and Deva Mai said, "Oh, would you like to meet someone special? Her name is Syamarani." And she said, "Oh, she's the artist who painted a lot of these paintings." And I said, "Okay." And when I went to her, I told her about my experience. And she said, "Well, how do you know you're not crazy?" And I said, "Because I'm sitting here with you." And I was sitting at her feet. And I remember, to me, she was like a lighthouse. She was like a lighthouse, and she illuminated my heart. And after that, I just wanted to spend as much time with her as I could. But I lived like across town, like an hour away practically, but I would drive up there, and I didn't know why I was coming, except that being in her presence, like Srimati was saying, alleviated my anxiety. And also, unknowingly, when you associate with someone who's a Mahabhagavat, you have that experience of dasanu dasaha, because everyone comes with like Vasanti and Krishnamai and Shivananda Sen, and it's like all of a sudden I had all of these acharyas, all of these gurus who could help me grow and understand. And then my friend Deva Mai said, "Oh, do you want to get a sacred name?" And I'm like, "Okay," And so she gave me this name, Manini Radha, and when she told me what it meant, I actually thought, "Oh, is she calling me an angry black woman?" That's what I thought. That's what I thought, because she's like, "It's an angry mood," and I was like, "Well, okay," but I noticed. But then later, when she introduced me to my Gurudev, who I actually also met through Deva Mai, but I didn't really register him. I realized my friend had invited me to a program at her house, and my Gurudev was there, and I had taken a picture. I found this in my journal years later, because that day I had said, I'm going to have to start remembering people's names, and I had taken a picture, and I wrote Shripad Bhaktivedanta Madhav Goswami Maharaj, and I said, this is the first Vaishnav who I'll remember besides Syamarani, and then he became my Gurudev, and it was astonishing. And she was, I think that she kind of snuck in, because I didn't think of her as guru. I just thought of her as a friend. And, everyone always says, "Oh, she's question Rani." And I know because she's always like Arjun, asking these questions for our benefit. But I realized most of my chastisement came through questions as well. Like, "Why are you doing that?" Or, one time my Gurudev was here, and I was talking with another devotee, and we were talking about spiritual things, but she came and she said, "Why are you smiling?" And I was like, I'm not supposed to smile. But then she was like, "Do you notice your Gurudev's mood?" And I was like, wow, like her questions would like just awaken so much in my heart. Or I know in the beginning I would be playing my guitar and I was, singing "Oh Narayan" something because I had heard it from somewhere. She goes, "Why are you singing that?" And I'm like, "Well, what should I be saying?" And so her questions are always, yeah, right, like everything. It's always a question that leads to an awakening with her. And so when I think of Question Rani, I think all the merciful chastisement, or when she was kind enough to do a program at my house, and I had been in the habit of, I was just starting my Radical Quest thing, and I was running on my TV, like all these photos I had taken that were like vistas, and everyone always felt so soothed watching this. But the first thing she said to me is, that's not bhakti, So I thought, immediately I thought, oh, well, then what should I be having on there? So I started having her paintings, and that like transformed my home into Vraj, basically. And I'm just so grateful to have her association. And I have to look at my notes because when you realize that you have a sadhu, there's that other verse that how do you approach Sri Guru? Tadvidi pranipatena panena sevaya upadekshanti te ganam gyaninas tatvadarshinaha, which is understand the transcendental knowledge by offering your prostrated obeisances. Oops, my notes are messing up. Offer your prostrated obeisances. I lost my place now, but hold on, let me find. To the spiritual master, asking him relevant questions, and by rendering service to him. The realized souls can enlighten you with that knowledge because they have direct perception of the absolute truth. And so knowing that she had painted these windows into the spiritual world, I knew she had direct perception. And I also knew that I was fortunate to have her association, and having her and having my Guru Dev, like all of us, they kind of come as a package. So it's like we get a spiritual mother and father. And I'm just eternally grateful to her because she has this quality like Sri Patridandi Maharaj has, that somehow so elevated, but yet makes you feel like you're a bosom friend. And I'm just going to say one last thing, I'll close with this, that she had warned me years ago when I was looking to get into a relationship that it was Maya. But I didn't really have appreciation for what that meant until I was going through the breakup, and I was crying and very heartbroken. And I had this realization. I kind of heard this voice say, oh, if only you would cry for me like that. And I was thinking of Radha and Krishna. And then I realized that Srimati, Syamarani, Didi, and my Guru Dev are like my very best friends in this whole world. And I realized that she's always been my very best friend. And ever since I've met her. And I'm just so thankful for that.
Thank you. So nice. And I think that's such a theme also, that she just does seem just such like a real person, like so we forget actually how exalted she is. And that's one thing when she was on the Namra show recently with the female Diksha Guru thing. It's like the only certain, she just came out like a lion. She was like, I know my Prabhupada is pleased with me. I know he wants me to initiate, but on a day-to-day, she never does that. It's like, oh, let me ask. But sometimes I've heard her, say, someone would ask her a question, and she's like, oh, yeah, in 1969, I was on a walk in Boston with Srila Prabhupada, and there was a tree, and he said, da, da, da. I'm like, so it comes out at times, and then it comes back. There's, what is it, that Mugdata and Snigdata, Savagya and Mugdata, where it's like sometimes Krishna will reveal, know who he is, sometimes he won't. Similarly, so most of the time she's just so like, I don't know, but we can't be deceived by this, which I know no one is, but it's just such a glory. It's the glory of one of her such high glories. Haridas, Prabhu.
Yeah, actually. Agyanatimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Nama Om Vishnupadaya Gauda Prishtaya Bhutare Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Vana Iti Namne. Oh yeah. Okay, offering my respectful obeisances unto my spiritual masters, my Diksha Guru Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Vanga Samaraj, my Shiksha Guru Pujanita Srimati Syamarani Didi, our entire Rupanuga Guru Gaudiya Varga, and to all of you. I'm really moved hearing everybody's like personal stories and personal connections with Guru Devi. It's like reflects directly to me. And I've prepared mostly to speak from the Harmony book because I feel like a lot of my, although I know every morning, actually 3 times a day, we say Naham Vipro Nachanera Patir, but I still feel like, oh, I'm in the external dress of the brahmachari, so like the job is to like, if I didn't quote like from scripture that most of the time, it would be like, hey, come on, you got your job. So, but I'm going to do my best to not like just hide behind, because it's very easy to like hide behind scripture and not actually give and be more personal. And so I picked this book because in the GVO days, Gurudev would read from this book all of the time. She'd always say the Harmony book and NVC. And anytime there was a quarrel, we'd have a 1-week lecture about Harmony book. And this was like kind of often. So I'm going to, and I've noticed for my own self over time, like I had such a quarrelsome nature. Like as so many people shared, like I had no faith whatsoever in anything in the world. I mean, look at what's been happening in recent times. It's like, what is actually going on? What do we do? I had absolutely no faith that people could live together harmoniously the way that we're doing because of her vision. I mean, this book, actually, the first section is a peaceful and harmonious society. How do we live together in peace and harmony? And so in Perfecting Kindness, she talks, who's heard the rags story? The rags. This one she used to say like kind of often. But you know that like you're gonna remember the Vaishnav when she throws the rags, like, get out of here. Okay, so I'll actually tell the story now for everybody rather than just half saying it. So there's not just one world. There are millions upon millions of worlds. And within all these worlds, the eternal spirit soul wanders throughout the species of life. Sometimes he takes the form of a human, sometimes a tree, as she'll remind us, like a plum tree, and sometimes a creeper or an animal. In the course of his wandering, if he is fortunate, he receives the association of pure devotees. What is that fortune? One becomes fortunate if he has performed any activities related to Krishna and his associates, or related to anyone or anything connected to Krishna, such as Tulsi Devi, his temples, or his land, Vrindavan Dham, Navadvip Dham, Puri Dham. Here's an example of how one becomes fortunate. Once, there was a Vaishnava saint who used to go from door to door, begging for chapatis, rice, any other foodstuff. He wandered throughout Braj Mandal, and as he was begging, he constantly called out, Radhe, Radhe, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. He was just simply absorbed in chanting the holy names. And one day, he went to the door of an old lady who was very angry. She did not want to hear Radhe, Radhe, or Hare Krishna. And in fact, she rebuked him, saying, get out of here. Don't come back to my door in the future. Otherwise, I'll break this stick on your back. And remember this. Always remember it. Don't come to my door. However, I mean, like, we've kind of had this experience when we go, say, around Miami and distributing books. Get out of here! Why are you yelling this Hare Krishna? God, we don't want your books. But the next day, what did they do? The Vaishnav went back to that same door in the same way. What do we do the next day? Go out, pack up the books. Hare Ram! And that day he's calling out, Radhe Sham, Radhe Radhe, and Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. The lady became furious. She rebuked him again, and he left. But he came back on the third day. And that lady thought, he must be coming back because he wants something to eat. At that time, she was cleaning cow dung mixed with water. And she said, oh, you have come again? Then take this. And she took the moldy, worn and torn, dirty rag and threw it right at him. So he gladly took it, went to the Yamuna River, cleaned it, cut it up into nice pieces, and then made it into ghee wicks, and did a whole arti to Thakurji with it. So that fourth day, he went back, and as he was calling out loudly, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. That day, her mood had completely changed. She said, oh, Baba, which means respectable sadhu, just wait one moment, I'm coming. She gave him some chapatis, which he gladly accepted. And so Srila Gurudev says, this is an example of Sukriti. She gave something to that saint, and he used it in the service of Krishna, and she received Sukriti. And a lot of the time, when I first started going out on book distribution, somehow I'd allow myself to be convinced that I could maintain $3,000 a month and more in expenses through book distribution. I knew the math didn't work out. I knew it was like $100 a day at that time. Still, even now, $100 is like a lot to collect on book distribution, let alone every day of the month with no breaks. But I was like, all right, I was just in. Yeah. She's like, do it. And I'm like, okay, cool. I felt like I was just my job was to be a Sukriti machine. Like I would make sure I'd bring paintings. So I'd set up the paintings first so people could see it immediately. So they're like just getting the Sukritis. And make sure to bring you bring incense, you bring prasadam, and you bring books, and then you have a whole thing just to make sure every person's getting Sukriti. And one thing that Guru Devi said yesterday that really struck me is how when Srila Gurudev was asked, who are all these people? Where are your disciples? He said, these aren't my disciples. These are my friends. And we're creating a space for us to all grow in bhajan together. It gives me a sense of oh, that's how she sees it. That's how she sees this, and that, oh, she wants to just give us Sukritis. When we were installing Mahaprabhu, she has engaged me in this lighting seva. I don't understand it at all. She'll looks better, right? I'm like, yeah. But on that day, she's like, oh, we need Haridas to do the lights on Mahaprabhu. I'm like, okay, so she pulls me and she's like, it's too much light here. And I'm like, okay, I literally just turn it away to the side, and she goes, good. And then I'm done. I'm like, I think she just wanted to engage me, and I think that's just what she loves doing, because she's seen how this process works, and we all see how it works. So on this day, I offer so much gratitude to Guru Devi for having showered me with so much mercy, so many blessings, just to be able to be near her and to do service to our parampara through her. Jai Guru Devi.
It's amazing I know it's going to sound like a proud parent, but I did break up a fight in Hollywood. And now it's so amazing, to see Didi's mercy. It's so, he would never do that now. It's just so amazing. And how much Syamarani loves him. She loves all of us, but Well, ask Haridas. Haridas will know. Haridas will know. I used to get so annoyed. Huh? Yeah. But it's beautiful. It's so beautiful. Hamangani. You first.
Omagyanatimintasya Ginanjana Shlakaya Chakshu Umilitamine Tamai Shri Guruve Namaha. First, I want to offer my humble obeisances to my Diksha Guru, Sri Pad Bhaktivedanta Saranti Goswami Maharaj, and the same unlimited obeisances to my Shiksha Guru Devi, Srimati Syamarani Didi. Yeah. Chai. So actually, I was like thinking about what I should talk about, and the word Krishnamai had like kind of talked about Abhideya, or sorry, not Abhideya, Anugatya to me, and I was like, and then I asked Vasanti, all right, where can I read about how to be Anugatya? And then she immediately said Gurudeva Tatma. Then I still was like, what should I talk about? And then this morning, I asked Syamarani Didi, and she said, you should talk about Gurudeva Tatma. And I was like, okay, I guess I should just listen to the first person I talked to. And it just shows that through Vasanti's service to Syamarani Didi, that she has this realization she's one at heart with Syamarani Didi and Gurudev. And so I guess the best way to start is that I'm deep in Maya. I am deep in Maya. Especially being away from the temple, not living in the temple, or going from living in the temple 24/7, being with her, and then to not being with her 24/7, it's very, very hard. And so this verse is very fitting. Bayam divitya biniveshatasyad ishad apitasyad viprayosmriti tanmayato buddha abhajetam bhaktyai kaisham gurudeva tatma. So fear arises within the self when we turn away, when we're absorbed in this material body, we're covered with the illusion of Maya, and we're turning towards Maya, and we're not turning towards Bhakti. And where our constitutional position is that of a servant, and that only comes through Gurudeva Tatma. And so in this book, he's talking about like what the meaning of Gurudeva Tatma is, and it's exactly what Syamarani Didi does. Every word of Prabhupada, every word of Gurudev, every word of Sripad Bhaktivedanta Bharati Maharaj, she is in her heart. It's ever flowing. Everything she says, it's in her heart. And Sharada Didi talked about that yesterday. And this is what he's saying, that Guru Mukta Padma Vakya Chite Kari Teakya Ara Na Kari Mane Asha. That we should make the words emanating from the lotus mat of Sri Guru, that they should be within our own heart. And also just like thinking about all the experiences that I've had with Syamarani Didi is kind of, I like to forget about them a lot because sometimes it feels easier than remembering them, because it's like, then I realize how fallen I am and how far I am from Krishna, how far I am from Guru. Just like thinking about just one experience, because in this book it talks about how that you know someone's a true guru when you're like, I found this Vaishnava and I want to hear from them, and your guru goes, oh, I want to hear from them too, like, let's go. And that's exactly how she is. Like, every sannyasi that comes, she's sitting here, she wants to listen. She's like, she told my guru, like, I'm on Mon Vrat, because I just want to listen. Like, I talk every day, like, I just want to listen. And then also that Guru Sannyasi Maharaj that came like at GVO, she asked me to drive her to the program and sit there and listen when it was all in Bengali. She says she doesn't speak Bengali, but she then relayed the entire Hari Katha to me after, and I was like she knew everything. So it was, yeah, just that through her service to Guru, that all scriptures are within her, and it another amazing that I want to quote is Dua Bhagavata Dara Diya Bhaktiras Tanhar Hidayat Tare Prema Hayavas. Only by the combined actions of the book Bhagavat and the pure devotee Bhagavat do the mellows of Bhakti Ras enter someone's heart. This is an Adi Leela 1:100. And that's exactly what's happening here. That's exactly what she has given us. She has given us an opportunity not only to hear the scriptures every day, but to hear from her and have association from her and all the amazing devotees that come here and live here. She has given us access to a wealth of knowledge that's beyond my scope of imagination. And I really take that for granted every day, and did take it for granted every day, and still do. And without the mercy of sadhan, I have no power at all. Without the mercy of Guru, my sadhan has no power, strength or power at all. Actually, when I told her that I wanted to, or that we were going to be moving out of the temple, I was like, oh, I'll be able to chant more. Oh, I'll be able to do my mantras more. Like in the temple, I was never able to do it because I was always busy doing seva. That's not true. That's not true. Even though I have the time, I am so weak without her. I have no power, no sadhan. Like if I'm chanting, like it's not Shuddhanam, definitely not. And another story that was in here is about Ajamil and about how he named his son Narayan. And through that, he was chanting, Narayan, Narayan, come on, come here. Every day he's chanting Namabas. And then at the end of his life, when he's dying, he shouts out, Narayan. And in this moment, the Yamadutas are coming to take him, and the Vishnu Dutas come because they hear Lord Narayan's name. And Ajamil's listening, and he's listening to these Vishnu Dutas say the glories of Jai Shri Shri Radha Raman Bihari Ju Ki Jai. The glories of Narayan's, the name of the Lord. And he's listening to this, and then through hearing from these devotees of Lord Narayan, he's actually at that moment getting the seed of bhakti in his heart. So then he goes to the Haridwar, and he goes and he starts chanting on the bank of the Ganga and taking bath in the Ganga. And he is understanding, and then now he's actually chanting. He's actually chanting Shuddhanam. So at first it was Namabas, but then by having association with the devotees and hearing from them, he got that seed. And I felt like in my relationship with Syamarani Didi, when I was first coming to Krishna consciousness, I heard about chanting, I tried chanting, but it was really hard for me. It wasn't fun. It wasn't a good experience. And so I wouldn't do it a lot. And then when I came down here and I met her, then she gave me my first beads and she taught me how to chant. And then I started being able to have a little taste. I still don't have any taste, but just like a glimpse. And the other last thing, because it's one of the only bhajans that I sing, so I thought of it. Darshane pavicha karo e tormara gun. One becomes pure by touching the Ganga, but only your quality is such that merely by seeing you, one is purified. And so this is in a bhajan by Narottam Das Thakur, and it is talking about the Vaishnavas. So, yeah. Vanchakolpachubhascha kripa sindhuvyeva patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Can you tell your story about this book?
But the time is short. We still have 4 more speakers. Jai, beautiful. Such an important book. But yeah, as Krishnamani in her poem said how Syamarani, was Gurudev had ordered her to write, or how she would, the word I can't repeat, but how she produced so many books that each book, another day I could tell, each book, Harmony, Shiva Tattva, Gurudeva Tatma, Rathyatra book, Brahma Samhita, Shikshaguru, Priyabandhu, Lasting Relation, Super Jiva, Gopi Gita, like Jiva, Journey of the Soul. It just was all so incredible, like how hard she worked and how on Gurudev's order and how they manifest. Like books are independent. These transcendental books, they've got lives of their own. And it was quite a riot on some of them. Yeah. So maybe another day I could share about how really amazing stories, how they were produced. But four more, I don't know what order, Nitai, Damodar, Kumari, and Sumuki. Oh wait, I have to give, can you wait 10 minutes? I have to give her something. I was gonna go find it. Yeah, Nitai, Prabhu? Where are you? Oh. Nitai, Sumuki, Damodar, Kumari. Sound good?
Om Gyana Timirandasya Gyan Janan Shalakaya Chakshur Un Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Nama. First off, I would like to offer my heartfelt Pushpanjali at the lotus feet of my Guru Devi, Srimati Syamarani Titi, and the same heartfelt Pushpanjali to all of you. I don't like public speaking, so you're going to hear my voice shaking a little bit, but just don't mind it. One of the only ways I really can glorify my Guru Devi is through the service of all of you and the love that you all have shown me from the start. 4 years ago, first moving into Florida, I first met Champak at an Airbnb, and I was going through a very, very rough transitional stage in my life, and the amount of friendship and just love, unrequited love that she showed me to just take me to the temple, to take me to meet devotees, while I'm at this stage of my life. It was a very, very tightly wrapped gift, I would say, because I didn't know the magnitude of what she was doing at the time, Guru Devi's mercy and her power exudes through all of you all. And on that first night, I can still remember everybody's coming up to me asking questions. Oh, where are you? Where'd you come from? And what do you do? What do you like to get into? Just friendly questions, something that I had never been met with before. And that goes to speak to what Krishnamai says, how your guru, she's a friend first and foremost. She wants to know everything about you. She wants to do everything for you. She wants to take away all these anarthas and these samskars that you have from these past lives and everything, and make you whole again. And what to speak of that, And she's been caring and nurturing me for the past 4 years of my life, and my life has really, really made a complete 180. And again, it's all because of you all. It's all because of each and every single one of you, and every single individual way you all touch my heart and speak to me, and that the root and the essence that you all speak to me through, it's all because of Guru Devi. She is the essential part, the anga of the whole limb of this Sacred Vedic Arts project. And my heart is filled with a deep sense of gratitude and love that I have for not only my Guru Devi, but for each and every single one of you. And I really don't know where I would be at this stage of my life without Guru Devi and you all. So, Panchakapa Turvista, Kripasin, Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namah.
It's our Color Fest, baby.
Om Agyanatimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. First of all, paying my unlimited obeisances to my Diksha Gurudev, Shishipad Bhaktivedanta Madhav Goswami Maharaj, and to my dear Shiksha Gurudevi on her Vyasa Puja, Srimati, Syamarani, Goswamini, Maharani, Thakurani. So I was really thinking about what I would speak about, and one of the things I did was like the book A True Servant, A True Master is one of those magical books that you can just open up, ask a question, and then you'll get exactly what you were kind of asking. So that's what I did. And I specifically opened up to a section on mother. Srila Vaman Maharaj speaking to Uma Didi was one of the letters. But basically, I also found this quote: "The desireless mood of saints is not intelligible to the general public. It is essential to have a simple nature to understand it. There are no discrepancies in the behavior of saints." So I felt like this really, I felt this kind of meditation throughout the entire day yesterday, speaking everyone, hearing everyone, because there is no way to understand with my mind, at least, like the actions and the instructions of Srimati Syamarani Didi and of Sri Guru. Yeah, like anytime I try to act from my own mind, make some kind of decision, and it doesn't work. And Srila Vaman Maharaj also says that materialists, have no idea of, in the material world, of what real welfare is, like real benefit is. And so I feel like I'm trying to understand her is just realizing that, like, my intelligence is just, like, I feel like in this place we're no longer in we cannot, at least I cannot act for my own intelligence, even though I still try to, like, actually, as much as I seem so surrendered or whatever people think, like, I'm very rebellious, and I have no taste for chanting, and I still, like, I don't, like, anyway, not a pity party, but, yeah, I, like, in so many ways, see how we have the fortune of not having to do it alone anymore, we're actually in shelter of someone who's connected to the highest intelligence, and who, like everyone here says, has her highest benefit in mind and in her heart. And so yeah, like, so many times she'll say something to do something, and I'm completely just like, that makes no sense, like, I can't do this, or like, I'm afraid. And somehow you just have to see it through and have to, like, follow to some extent, and to the extent that I can do what she says, then things work. One other thing that I wanted to say was that I feel so lucky to hear from everybody their experiences and glorifications, because ultimately, I feel like it's just to build faith, to build our Shraddha, to build faith in her and in the Vaishnavas, so that we can simply just forget, like, what, just be able to follow. So I feel very fortunate to hear from everybody for this. And yeah, I mean, I don't know if I should go on about anything else, if there's time. Um, um, I feel like, yeah, she's just working us in so many different ways that we cannot see. And I'm praying that at least my faith can grow and I can just, like, give up my mind and, like, be in that atmosphere of love that she's creating for us. And yeah, she's giving us the highest thing, despite, like, so many faults and just, like, unqualifications. But like, she's seeing the highest thing. So yeah, I just pray that I have this fear that I, for some reason, will leave somehow, and I'm just praying that she can always keep me close to her and close to all of you, because only by the mercy of the Vaishnavas and the servants of the servants, all of you, I have been able to learn how to serve more properly and have a better mood and not be offensive or overstep myself. Or so yeah, I'm just praying that you will all always keep me in your association. Okay. Vanchakapatri Vyasa Kripasindhu Vyasa Patitanam Pavanam.
Aw. Yay. Supportive Samuki. We call her Supportive Samuki. There's no one to do our tea. There's no one to clean the kitchen. She's everything. She shows up everywhere. We don't anytime a guest asks me for something, I'm like, ask Samuki. Ask Samuki. Or someone asks me to find something. Ask Samuki. Always with a smile. Never complains. So, she was gonna two Junes ago. She was gonna come stay here while I was in Badger. She's like, I want to come help out a bit while you're gone. And she was at FIU, going to FIU University, and then I came back and she was still here. She's like, I like it here. I can stay a little longer. It's almost our 2-year anniversary. Amazing. Okay, Didi's calling you. Didi's calling you. Dominar who?
Om Gyana Timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Militanyena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. For my Dandavat pranams at the dust, the lotus feet of both my Gurudev, Sri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Madhav Goswami Maharaj, and my Shiksha Gurudevi, Sri Srimati Syamarani Didi, who, to start this off, I was asking, many of you know my story, or at least a little bit. I thought I was going to be initiated by Srimad Bhakti, what's his name? Bhakti Swarup Sridhar
Goswami Maharaj. I was in Hawaii at the time, and he was the last sannyasi that I'd heard from. And I was crying every single lecture, and I thought he was going to be my Diksha Guru, and then literally like 4 days later, I was in Badger, and Guru Dev saw my play, and I became his disciple right away. But that's another story. The reason I bring this up is because now it's been like a year and a half since that moment, and just a few months ago, or not even a month, just a month ago when I started this tour, I asked my Guru Dev, so we haven't really talked about it. When I first got initiated, I was crying. I was like, he gave me Harinam without telling me what Harinam was, and he didn't offer. He just took my beads and started chanting on them. And somebody said, you just got Harinam, and I'd gotten a name from him the day before. So I was like, does something happen? That was not what I really wanted, and I feel robbed. But he stole me. Anywho, what I'm trying to get at is a month ago, I was bringing this up again. I was like, so what about Srila Bhakti Swarupa Sridhar Maharaj? Can I still have him as Shiksha Guru? And he gets, you see him, he chastises me very hard all the time. But it's love. But this one, he was very angry, very red, very ferocious, like loud. He's only gotten that way 2 times with me. And he said, you have one Shiksha Guru. It's Syamarani Didi. And I'm like, even now, I'm like choking up because he's like, how many people do you need? And I was like, well, this person I heard his Hari Katha, it made me cry. And he's like, oh, so a person can make you cry during Hari Katha, and that's enough for them to be your Shiksha Guru? A Shiksha Guru is one who serves you nonstop all the time, 24/7. So that's how I want to preface this. So Bhagavad Gita, chapter 3, yes, serves us. The Shiksha Guru is one who serves you, all of you, every second of their day. They're the ones serving you. If they're not serving you, they're not qualified to be your Shiksha Guru because they're the ones who are taking you, they're taking, like Radhika was saying, they're cleaning out your heart. They're doing all that heavy lifting. They're teaching you all, they're sitting here, they're doing their sadhana. In their sadhana, they've gotten so perfected in their sadhana, which I guess we're jumping ahead, but now my speech is falling apart, but that was a good question, good point, that's okay. The Shiksha Guru, or the Guru in general, they're doing all the work to get their sadhana. They're getting their 64 rounds done, and then they're giving Hari Katha, sometimes 2 or 3 times a day. We do 64 rounds, it does us 10 hours. 10 hours, do we have any time to do anything else left in there than eating and then going to sleep, taking a nap? No. So these perfect beings, they're not only doing that, but then they're writing books on top of it. They're traveling around the world. Like with my Gurudev, I'm half his age. He's twice as much energy. He's constantly remembering everything. I mess up one single time. He's right on top of me, but he's doing it with love. Like, I don't know how he does it. And he did it for 32 years straight, 34 times around the world. So, and with somebody who he considers extremely superior to himself. So I can't imagine this stuff. So Bhagavad Gita, chapter 3, text 21, Yad yad acharati shreshtas tat tad evetaro jana sa yat pramanan kurute lokastada nuvartate. Whatever actions a great man or woman performs, common men or women will follow in his footsteps. And whatever standards he or she sets by his exemplary or her exemplary acts, the whole world pursues. And when it comes to someone like Syamarani Didi, it's very clear. She, and I'm actually going to have to read because I don't have all these other things memorized, but the higher Vaishnavas come and make a road for us. They cut a path through the jungle. And this is from Srila Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Goswami Maharaj. The pure devotee descends to this world to reclaim conditioned souls. By his bhajan path, the road becomes visible, which is Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. So I spoke on this last year because to me, this is what I see the most. This is the strongest point for Syamarani Didi being like not only my Shiksha Guru, but just most so qualified, especially in the West where there's not many people other than maybe Rasikananda Maharaj, where we don't really have refuge or shelter of a pure devotee out here. She's not even in the holy dhams, where most people travel back there 2 times a year to get recharged. She's maintaining herself, where we are all saying, like Hemangani was saying, it's very tough once you leave your guru or your sadhu sangha and you're on your own to maintain your bhajan. She's not only maintaining her bhajan, but she's chopping down the forest so that we can see a little more clearly. And in that, she is like, we've heard from the acharyas, they're like a reservoir, an ocean of bhakti. And if we just do follow their orders, even if it's just like as simple as when I walked out to the kitchen, I didn't have my shoes on, so wear your shoes when you go to the kitchen and come back in. Following that order means I'm taking a little bit of that water and channeling it to me now. And that bhakti is starting to trickle. And the more I follow it now, many of you know that I'm working on this book seva with my wife, Samukhi Didi, many devotees here, Hari Mohini Didi as well. Q&A book between Syamarani Didi and my Gurudev. And through this, which I can't wait to have it released. Hopefully we'll have it done by Kartik this year. It is so much, like you were saying, that books have a life of their own. They're totally personalities. We thought this book was going to be done before Navadvip Parikrama, and then a bomb was dropped in that book, or like in the seva of this book, and to manage it, I'm at the crux of like 4 different activities of this book, and I had to stop everything I was doing to manage this other activity, and it feels like I'm not making progress, but at the same time, I can constantly feel the mercy of Syamarani Didi and my Gurudev showering upon us, because my whole life is this book now. Like, I've dropped everything. My sadhan's more perfected. I'm chanting more rounds. I'm studying more, all because of these questions and answers that are coming through in this book, which it's amazing, but we're still working on it, so I can't show anything yet. So I want us to make sure that we're not taking for granted how important it is to do our sadhan bhajan, because for us, she's cutting the path for us, from her wave down to us. But we're the next wave. If we want it easier for other people, we know how tough it is to go out there wearing these dhotis, or women, I feel like you guys also, Vaishnavis, not guys, have it a little different, because you get to wear dresses just like girls wear dresses. It's just girls wearing clothes. But men are literally, you could see through my dhoti, you could see my boxers. So I get out there and I'm like, what are you wearing? I feel very strange, especially in other countries, right? But what we're doing is we're paving the path for other people. She's, as it says, by their bhajan path, the road becomes visible. But it's our duty to walk it so that we're clearing that path for future generations to go down. So the next thing, from Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 1, Chapter 13, Text 10, Bhavad Vida Bhagavatas Tirtha Bhuta Swayang Vibo Tirti Kravanti Tirtani Swanta Stena Gadabrita. My Lord, devotees like your good selves are themselves place of pilgrimage. Because they carry the Lord within their hearts, they make even holy places holy. And pure devotees carry within them all the holy dhams. So that's another tremendous thing that's going on here, is we have all these wonderful paintings, but we have a Maha Bhagwat who is carrying all the holy dhams with her, and when we take presence of her, we're getting purified as if we're in those holy dhams. Yes, it's very nice, you should go to visit India and all the holy places, but you'll go there and then come here and realize it's non-different. So being that it's non-different, you can really do your bhajan here and learn so much, especially because for us, we're a budding temple, we're going through so many different growth, problems, if you will. But those problems teach us how to, like rocks in a bag, become smoother and handle other situations and public situations, social situations, preaching situations that you won't get exposed to in the mats in India, because it's very worked out over there. You don't experience these growth issues necessarily. All the brahmacharis, they have their sadhan bhajan. They're waking up every single day at 3:30, going to Mangal Arti 4:30. They have their class at 7 o'clock. Then they're done with that. Then they go out and do their seva for 2 hours. They might have another class around noon if that's the special day. They have their, like everything's very set. But here, it's constantly changing. You never know what's going to happen next. I feel like I literally don't know the schedule, and I live here, and I've lived here for many times, and I don't know the schedule, and people are constantly like, why are you not at class? I'm like, there's class today? I didn't know. Or like, now it's happening? But it's like the flexibility. There's so many lessons that we learn, because bhajan, so sadhan, I'm sure everybody knows, so please forgive me for speaking to such an advanced audience, but sadhan is, when we're performing the activities to gain bhajan. Bhajan is realization. Realization can be as simple as Mangal Arti is something we're supposed to go to. It doesn't have to be sporties of the moods or the pastimes going on. And a lot of the realizations that we get by living here is just simply how to treat each other with respect. Is it True Padeshamrita verse 3 or 5? How to associate with Vaishnavas? 5. 4. I don't remember it off the top of my head. My studying has gone out of whack ever since I started traveling with my Gurudev again. But when we are associating with Vaishnavas in the 6 different ways, there are ways we have to go about doing it. It needs to be sweet. It has to be sweet. There obviously are going to be times of conflict where we need to stand up for ourselves and hold our ground and whatever, but this sweetness needs to exude. Otherwise, we're not going to actually maintain that relationship in the long term. There might be resentment, etc. So with Syamarani Didi, we learned so much about how to do this properly. We are actually blessed by having such a high-quality Vaishnavi to engage us in how to serve Vaishnavas properly, because we see really what bhakti is and how, like the Vaishnav etiquette, when it's high senior Vaishnavas together. we all have this way of, going about being nice with each other. But until you see like my Guru Dev and her, who are best friends, mom and dad, which I'm fortunate, but I don't feel like I get as much of the love. I feel like I get double thunderbolt, where I wish I got a lot more flower petals, but it's okay. So everyone begins, this is from Nectar of Instruction, text 5 by A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, purport. So everyone begins his devotional life from the neophyte stage, but if one properly finishes chanting the prescribed number of rounds of Harinam, he is elevated step by step to the highest platform, Uttam Adhikari, which we have heard countless stories of Syamarani Didi chanting nonstop, always chanting while she's painting, while she's doing book distribution, anything that's going on, chanting, chanting, chanting. We just heard, who was it yesterday that, Dasi. Right, exactly. Always chanting, always chanting. And Srila Vamana Goswami Maharaj and Srila Tirtha Goswami Maharaj, we heard on Navadvipam Parikrama, and I can't, Prajapacharya, I can't remember how to say his name, so please forgive me, Maharaj. Yes, Maharaj. Their main focus, even in the highest of high, would be just chant Harinam. Whoever has their beads in their bags, they're definitely going to attain Krishna Prem. So we know without a doubt that Syamarani Didi Guru Devi has achieved that. And as such, Yanhara Darshane Mukhe Aise Krishna Nam Tanhare Janiha Tumi Vaishnava Pradhan. The topmost Vaishnava is one whose very presence causes others to chant Krishna's name. So I don't know about any of you. Like I said, thunderbolts are what I get sent all the time. But whenever I'm here, it's like, get your rounds going, and why aren't you chanting more? To my wife one time, my wife was very proud of herself, and she's like, Syamarani Didi, I chant 21 rounds. And she's like, well, that's good for you. And for me, that hit me hard, because like, okay, what should I really be trying to get to? And then my Guru Dev, the 2 times, like I was saying, that he got really heavy with me, no matter how much seva I'm doing in a day, and I feel like I'm constantly overwhelmed. One day I didn't hit my rounds, and it's much higher than it was last year. And he was the most angry he's ever been, and it was because I wasn't chanting my rounds to the amount that I am. And so when you have these Vaishnavas, this type of association, really they're breaking it down to chant your rounds and do seva, along with the etiquettes of Vaishnav etiquette. That's a massive thing. He says, I have no etiquette. But you all know I'm good for nothing, bad at everything. What's my phrase that I learned? Amietka apadarta, which in Bangla means I think foolish, but it also translates to I'm dumb or I'm useless. So, okay, I got one more thing for everyone. So hearing all this, we might be inspired, some might be intimidated, a little nervous, like how can I keep up the standards and all this stuff. But help me if I lose track of it, but tate nukampam su samikshamano vidadam hridvag vapur bir vidadam namaste jiveta yomukti parasadaya bak. So Lord Brahma says, one who, while always engaged, or while always thinking or expecting your mercy, speaking to Krishna, one who, while always expecting your mercy, undergoes the reactions of past pious and impious actions, understanding them to be the result of past activities, while always constantly offering homage unto your feet by body, mind, and words, is eligible to attain your lotus feet, which are the shelter even for the goddess of liberation. So as long as we constantly remember, Trinada Pusini Chena, that it is everyone around us is not the cause of our problems, that we are in this perfect karmic situation to be relieved of the problems that we cause others and ourselves, then going through any of the growth stages of SVA and our bhajan stage, we will be totally satisfied. We'll always have this platform. And last final thing, memorize shloks, because the highest thing is Ras. There's nothing beyond Ras. And how do you get Ras? By memorizing shloks. And when somebody speaks a shlok and you already have that, then you don't have to think, you're not listening to what they're saying. You've already heard it. And then you get to go deeper into that verse. And how is that person using it? So when Syamarani Didi is speaking so many shloks all the time, that's constant access to Ras that we'll never get access to again unless we're listening to her videos years to come. So I'll try to take advantage of this. Radhe. Vanchikalpatu Bishta Kripasanubhya Evacha Pititanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha.
Haribol, thank you. She just was telling us this morning how when she would walk from the temple to Discount Press a few blocks away in Brooklyn, she would have her verse. She would learn the whole first canto as she's walking. Yashoda, Didi, do you want to speak something? A few minutes, a couple minutes before lunch?
Drop into place. Om Gyana Jananana Shalak Shala. Let me start over. Om Gyan Atimirandyasya Agyana Gyan Shalak Shala Chakshu Umilitam Yena Tashmai Shri Gurude Namaha. I wasn't expecting to say something, so, and I don't even know if I'm qualified to say anything. I'm like the traveling aspiring devotee that shows up once a year. You know, my experience was through Manini Radha to find Syamarani. And all it took was for me to say out loud one day. I was reading a book that had nothing to do with Krishna consciousness. However, they mentioned Krishna's name in this book. And when they said that, I said, okay. I said, I need to know about Krishna. And then a month later, she shows up. I've known her for many years doing some other work in consciousness called Avatar. And so she started showing me videos of Mukunda and Syamarani. And then before you knew it, I took her Radical Quest, and I ended up with Guru 6 months into it. I got Hari Nam at her house, somewhat like you. It was like, she's like, I got a surprise for you, you know. So, you know, my Guru is Srila Bhaktivedanta Madhava Goswami Maharaj. But, yeah, it was just like, what's a surprise, you know? He said, you eat the meat? I said, nope, good. You eat the eggs? Nope, good. Then he said, then repeat after me. Told me, you leave this finger out when you chant, that's your ego. And so I repeated the mantra after him, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And he said it a couple different times, and then and your name is Yashoda Dasi. I'm like, I had no idea what had just happened. It took me about a year to really, or maybe longer, to really realize what that was all about, right? So, so every time, you know, I came here though before Guru started to come, because I heard you guys were doing this woman's retreat, and I missed it somehow, and then I was always crying to my sadhu sangha, because I got sangha after I got Guru, about not having association in Denver. I'm like I feel like I stand alone there. I mean, go to the temple, the Ishkan temple, and I get some association there, and they, they're pretty good. They're very open, and they know that, I come from the other side. Not really, but I feel like it's the same side, but, there's all these politics or whatever, but they're really good at the Denver temple. So, anyways, they said, you gotta go to Syamarani's. You gotta go spend time with Syamarani. So we were doing an intensive in Florida, and so I came here for a week before we went and gathered with the Sangha to do our intensive, and this was at the first temple, and I'm just amazed, like, okay, I show up and there's a house. I'm thinking there's going to be, but yeah, the way these homes get turned into these temples, and I mean, look at it. It's like so amazing. But yeah, I feel like I'm, just a traveling, aspiring devotee at the age of, 58. So it's like I'm a latecomer. I feel like I'm a baby, but then I look at all you babies and I'm like, oh my gosh. You guys are so blessed to be able to live here and be able to gain this knowledge and learn this seva. And, I'm so impressed watching everybody here, over the last few years that I've come, 3 years in a row now, but same faces, new faces, and people just, evolving on their path. And like I said, I feel like I'm more of a baby than you guys, because you're actually immersed in it. So this week or 10, 11 days, that I try to come and stay for as long as I can. But it's an immersion course when I'm here, and of seva, and I'm like, well, what is my seva? I could sweep floors, I could do dishes, I could help cook, I could do all these things. But Syamarani's like, well, you got to come, we want you to come and be the, our doctor here. And I'm like, how do I do that? How do I detach myself from my family and all the roots I have where I come from in Colorado? I have like 400 cousins and 7 generations, and it's like you get so enmeshed in your family and your community and your identities of culture and things like that. And it's like just learning to give all these attachments up, and freeing yourself. And as you continue, you do start to, it does break. This does work, And so there's a method here, and there's a reason why I show up every year for, to support the cause, and, to be in service in whatever way I can. If it's to help, some of you young ones who are just, your bodies are kind of screaming out because of, all the seva, all the work you do. So I'm just glad that you guys are open to letting me help you, and with the tools that I have as, as a holistic advanced care practitioner is what I call myself, because I don't just do Western medicine, I do alternative medicine equally as long for 36 years. So that's the service I bring. So, when people are in need, if they have pain or they're, it's a physical, energetic, emotional, cognitive type of work that I do. And, I incorporate oils and whatever else, or we chant, I'll chant while I'm working on somebody, whatever comes out. But it just whatever I could offer and give is what I'm here to do. And that's the seva that I could offer, and trying to give Lakshmi, and, working. I'm still caught up in the work world, but at least that's one way I could contribute too. So to offer what I can, because I'd like to see that space where we do have enough room to dance, and we're not dehydrated after a bhajan session, after some really ecstatic sankirtan, and where we could be growing our own food and our own medicine, because that's so fundamental to everything, that controlling of the mouth, but yeah, if we could really create soil that matches our microbiomes, I mean, we could get rid of a lot of our health conditions, So functional medicine is another area that I work in to heal the gut microbiome. So yeah, we need to grow our own food, and we need to have, the space where we could continue to grow and expand, and see the next generations to come. I'm waiting to be auntie, So Haribol, Dandavat Pranams, Vanchakalpa Tiruviyas Cha, Kripa Sindhuvyeva Cha, Patitanam Pavanevyo, Vaishnavani Vyo Namo Namaha.
Jai. Good morning.
Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. I'll be brief, but first I just want to say it is such an honor to be here. I feel as though I snuck in on a private event, like a family gathering celebrating the matriarch, and somehow I just snuck in under the door, thanks to the invitation of Radhika. But I'm in my time here, I'm observing the embodiment of the mercy and the love of Srimati Syamarani Mataji and all of her disciples, and the way that all of you serve. And I'm so deeply moved by that and so inspired by that. And the service attitude and the mood and the cohesion and the harmony of all of you is a testament to the perfection of her guidance and her leadership. And she is a testament of the glories of her gurus. And I was thinking yesterday about how she's the perfect disciple. And I had this image come to me of Srila Prabhupada and Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj being like the sun and the moon, and that Srila Prabhupada was the rising sun in the Western world, where he eliminated the darkness and burned away the entanglement of material existence. And then when he left this planet, so many hearts were crying, and that the love of Srila Gurudev was like the tenderness of the rays of the moon. And Srimati Syamarani Mataji is the only person who I know who is the absolute complete embodiment of both of these personalities, absolute and complete. She was and is the perfect disciple of both of these personalities. And for anyone who is living in the Western world in this time, we owe everything that we have received, this great treasure of bhakti, we owe to these two personalities. And not everybody recognizes that yet, but it's being illuminated over time. So I was thinking about how Srila Prabhupada is like the sun and Srila Gurudev is like the moon, and Srimati Syamarani Mataji is like a star, and she's guiding everyone towards them because she's perfectly embodied that. And for myself, having grown up in ISKCON and missing, due to my own foolishness, the opportunity to meet Srila Gurudev, when I came to her, I expressed that regret. And she took me by my neck beads and she grabbed me, from the kitchen in GVO, she grabbed me, she took me by the neck beads and she pulled me all the way to the altar, and she held my neck beads to the feet of Srila Gurudev, and she offered me to him. And despite not having had so much association with her, that moment completely changed the trajectory of my life. And I'm so indebted to her for being that bridge, because a soul is incomplete without both the sun and the moon. We need to have both. And her perfection of scholarship, her perfection of the arts. She's so exemplary in every way. I came home from that visit and I was telling my mom, she's always listening to Harikatha. She's always chanting. She's completely absorbed. There's no deviation. And my mom said, yeah, she's always been like that. since she was a teenager, she's never not been like that. And so I'm so appreciative and inspired by all of you, and so lucky that I get to be here at this special time. Thank you for having me. Dandavat pranam vanchakalpatarvascha.
Jai.
Thank you for sharing that about being the embodiment, because that's if I was going to talk, I was going to say that. So thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you, Kumari. Chandrika, do you want to say anything? Because I'm actually feeling extremely impressed how she stayed last night without any of her sisters. The first time you stayed without any of your other sisters? How old are you? 14. So, of course, we're so close with your family, but it's always been about Shanti, and now Radhapriya and now Radhapriya and Chandrika are like, just because she's older and and she was the firstborn, but now Radhapriya and Chandrika are like, Chandrika's staying here, and actually, I don't want to speak for you, but I feel like you're saying how fortunate we all are, but you're so fortunate that now Syamarani is here in Miami, and we have a temple in Miami, because otherwise you're just at home. Of course, your house is constant seva. I mean, your mom is like doing so much for so many, and you guys, but like to have this opportunity to be here, and you're taking advantage of it, and I'm so happy about it. I'm so. Yeah. So please, even after Bhakti Manjari leaves, please keep staying here with us. Because she's been but we all here really adore you and want you to stay whenever you want. But yeah. So, anyways. Okay. Well, it's 2:10 and I know we're all hungry, so I won't speak anything. But are we going on Harinam tonight?
Wait, Basanti, everybody wants to hear you speak.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Speak something.
Oh, okay.
You have to.
Okay. Well, like in Gopi Geet when the heart and the minds are having a fight with each other, and the mind is like arguing. It's like that. And my heart is saying one thing, and my mind is saying another. So, stories. Okay. I don't know. Somebody jog me. Was I not? Funny stories? Pardon? Gurdeva taught me.
Can you tell about when you first decided that you wanted to serve this personality? That's
Hey, Nikunja. I told it already.
when you were driving or
That's the internal reason.
Can you speak on what it's been like for you serving her for 2 years, for someone like me who's serving my Gurudev now?
Uh-huh.
Inspiration for 25 years to save up 2 years in.
Can you tell Gurudev TV stories? Can you tell every story?
over the past
Say
25 years.
Just start from 2000 and go do one story per year. Can you talk about the paintings and Gurudev and you and all the crazy marathons for externally?
Yeah. Okay, so as Kumari saying about the family gathering, it's so sweet to hear that, because we feel that it is family here. You're part of the family. You have never been distant, even from GVO, since we first met you. I mean, immediately when she heard about Radharaman Bihar coming, she's like, I want to help. And so, as Krishnamai mentioned, so when I was driving to Badger for the first time, not the first festival, and we're driving up this mountain, and I saw just a glow. I just saw an angel. All I saw was a fulgent white, and my spontaneous reaction was, I want to serve that person. So then the next year, when I went to India, then I was in Varshana, and I was seeing all the devotees doing all these amazing things, and I'm like, I don't have any talents or skills, and I prayed to Radharani, like, oh, I'm a good typist. And I don't have a good relationship with my mother, but I thank her, because in 6th grade she made me take a typing class, and I resented it as anything, but I could type really fast. So then the first time I actually really spoke to Syamarani was I told her I can type fast, like I told earlier. So I got to start do that dictation, but I also started working on her first ASL book with my friend Anita. She would give us some work to do, and then Anita and I were on a bus, and on the Parikrama bus, and I was working for the state of California, and she called me and said, I'm going to go to India for 6 months. Do you want to come? And I was like, yeah, that'd be great. So I went to India, and after Kartik, the person who used to travel with Syamarani Didi before for 2 years didn't want to go anymore. It was too hard and stressful. And so we were on the bus, and Nita just finished her Gayatri, and she looked at me. She's like, maybe we can go. I'm like, that's so like idiotic. We cannot go. Like, we're just off like drugs and boyfriends, and like, and then, but we still asked. We went to her and we said, oh, we were thinking maybe we could go on the next tour with you. She's like, well, doesn't look like Krishna's sending anybody else. So we can ask Brajanath Prabhu. So we asked Brajanath Prabhu, and Brajanath said, we can try. Gurudev would pay for Didi's ticket and one other person. So all the money we had left, we put together and we got our ticket. They had these around the world tickets where you can go to 12 countries, like in one direction, nonstop for like $3,000 or something. So we went on the tour, and it's really humbling. It's really, especially, and I was in the same state. Everyone is senior to us, pretty much everyone. And we have to treat them like that, no matter if I'm the sevak, you can't come in the room because I'm the servant. No, you just serve everyone. And of course, and they understand, gently, like, oh, taking prasadam now, come back at 4, or come, just very sweetly, as Raghunath Das Goswami says to our, to our mind, speaking to sweet words, we speak sweetly to everyone, and it's not easy. Because people don't care. I don't care if he's taking prasadam. I'm a Prabhupada disciple. I can come in, so it's really hard. It's really hard. But it's so sweet. Let me tell you. But it's so, so sweet. But just being, my Gurudev once told me, you know this verse? Chanada peace, Nichana, Tora peace, like, yeah, we say it every day. But it's like, if you realize this verse, then we can do bhajan, then we can serve. So, so I went on the first tour, made tons of mistakes. No one picked us up from the airport, our first stop, and we forgot stuff that we were supposed to bring in Vrindavan. We didn't pack it, we didn't know. So many things, but Vaishnavas are just so merciful. They just are, we did mistakes, but then here we ended up staying in our Gurudev's room where he would stay when he would go to Brisbane, or all these just different beautiful reciprocations, And Syamarani would chastise me like anything. I even got fired. I was like, I didn't know you get fired from volunteering. And then one time I was 50% fired and Nita was 100% fired. She would get so, but then, I went out swimming, one time it was raining and lightning, and I came back, but when I came back from that swim, she was chanting pacing, so worried about me. She's like, I thought you got struck down by lightning. Like, this kind of, the love is just inconceivable. Like, one time in 2008, we were in New Zealand, about to go to Fiji, and that morning, I don't know how it happened. It was crazy, but a door literally moved. It came out and just whacked me in the head right here, and it was just fully just started. Heads bleed really easily. And it was bleeding everywhere, and I was starting to get spinning. And someone yelled for Syamarani, and she came, and she immediately took off her white cheddar and started pressing my head and wrapping it. And she yelled, she was like, "Help! Help! Someone help us, auntie!" And at that moment, I was just kind of happy that I got hit, because I was like, she really does love me, And it was really.
One time, Vasanti was in a mood when we were traveling. No, it's relevant. It's really relevant. I swear. She was in a mood. She was really grumpy, and Srimati came in the room and hugged her and said, "After Srila Gurudev, Srila Bharati Maharaj, and Srila Prabhupada, I love you the most in the whole world."
Aww. It's true. Yeah. After that, I was starting to spin, and then this Prabhu had a magnet, and he put one here and one on where it's bleeding, and all of a sudden it came back into my body. It was so powerful. It was really. Everyone was saying I should get stitches and this and that. I shouldn't fly. I'm like, no, I'm going to Fiji. I'm not missing. So, yeah, she actually knows Reiki, so she healed me, and actually then I had these big bandages on. And when I saw Srila Gurudev, and he looked at me and he was like, I said, Gurudev, I'm so offensive that I banged my head. And he said, no offenses, only you were not careful. So yeah. Chastisement, I don't know, just like she's so, as we know, it's like everything needs to be done right when she says it. She would like give a list of like 30 things. Oh my gosh, Shiva Tattva. We worked on Shiva Tattva, and we were doing the Bas Reliefs in Govardhan simultaneously, which it was 2 huge marathons. And in the winter, in Govardhan, it was so austere. There was no facility, like no cell phones. I had to go, they were called like these little like STDs. Yeah, the IITD, STDs. I'd bring my computer and I'd have to plug it in. And then all these men, these like Indian men around me, computer, and they're all like looking at me. And I was like, it was so stressful. And anyways, we were on massive marathons with no sleep. And after after Shiva Tattva, Gurudev was really on us for Shiva Tattva book. Like mistakes or no mistakes published for that Shivaratri. And we were leaving for Hawaii so like in a couple months. So we had to get it done to have some advanced copies to bring to him in Hawaii. So after we were finished, we were so excited. We were so happy. And everyone was working so hard. I mean, this is like Jayashree from Badger and Manjari and Anita and Vasant and this boy Chuta. And so I went out, I like to like get treats and stuff and like do that kind of thing. So I went and I found this like bread that was like cardboard and then like these like craft slices of cheese. And we had this like one burner that was so scary when you turn it on, you like feel like you're gonna blow up. And the boys stayed in the basement, which was like super intense. And the girls were on the first floor. And so Anita and I were we were making grilled cheese for everyone. And it was like after 10 where we knew, okay, Syamarani's sleeping, it's all good. All of a sudden there's a knock on the door and we opened it. And when she saw, she was so pissed. And she was like, Vasanti, my room. I had to go to her room and she's like, how dare you be hanging out with those boys? It's like Vasant, I was like, but Anita and Manjari are there too. She's like, you're older. She's like, you should know better. She was so mad at me. She would her thing was like, she would ignore you for hours. The worst thing in the world for me was to be ignored. She would just, it was, I don't think I was able to say like how intense, like in words, how intense that was. It was really, really heavy. But, other than that, being with Syamarani is just so much fun. It's so much fun. And flights, my favorite days were flying days. And I get to be alone. But actually my first flight, the devotees gave us this like, what's that New Zealand chocolate called? That I don't even like it, but what's that, like a spread? It's like a chocolate. Yeah, Nutella. The devotees like packed her lunch and then they packed me and Anita a separate lunch. And like when we were putting our luggage up and we're doing all this stuff and we sat down, Syamarani, she never like goes in the prasad bag too. She's like the moth, or is it the python of the 24 gurus. Like she only really takes what we give her. Like once in a while, like last night when she asked for cake, it's like really rare she asks for anything. So she'll just wait until it's time on the flight and then we like would give her prasad or anytime. But she's like, yeah, I threw away the chocolate that they had in there, so you guys wouldn't be tempted. Because she wasn't letting us have chocolate. Anita was like digging through trashes. we were so upset. And then she gave us a mask. And she's like, oh, and I got these masks for you. So you won't be tempted to look at the movie. We're like, thanks. Twice. I was on a flight with Gurudev twice. So yeah, and actually, a lot of it is like also ourselves, like because the previous people who traveled there were telling, they are like were gone after that, and they left bhakti or they just couldn't function anymore. So we were like, we didn't think we were allowed to do anything. So in Australia, we didn't think we were allowed to have ice cream. So we went to the market and they didn't have like little tubs like they have here. They only have these big tubs. And so we got a big tub of ice cream, and we sat down by the river, and we ate the whole thing because we didn't want to waste it. We were so sick. We were so sick. And when Didi asked us, we were going, we're just going for a Japa walk. And it was like 2 hours later. We're like, we had to sleep. We had such stomach aches. But, but then we got back to, but we'd always go swimming and do stuff. We got back to India, and actually the person was there that used to travel with her. We were like, yeah, I went for a swim here. We did this. So like, she let you swim? And then she let you do this. She let you do that. And then I realized, actually, she's like, that was when I realized she just lives in another world. She's not from this world. So she's experiencing that. I mean, she talks about once in a while she'll let out a little like, oh, can't you feel them breathing? I'm like, yeah, I'm like, yeah, I mean, she's living there. So, I would just tell her, and she's fine. I'm gonna go for a swim. I'm gonna go for a walk. Like, she's not like a, and as long, she did ask Gertie about the chocolate thing, and she fought him, but he said it's just chocolate, and she took it as like, yeah, it's just chocolate, so you don't need it. But he's like, it's just chocolate. Why not? It's like, what's the big deal? So.
When you guys were finding a place here, she was telling people, my Vasanti needs the ocean. She needs to go swimming. She's not happy without water.
Yeah. Just wanted to find one thing. So, anyways, I can go on, for so long, but I just wanted to say one thing.
Once there was a time at my house where we needed to break some news that we thought was, I'm not going to go into the details of that, but we had to, and Vasanti kind of sometimes makes me break the news, like say the thing, and we sat down and she felt that we were really grave, and she's like, it's not that Vasanti wants to get married, is it? And I'm like, no, and she's like, oh, no problem, I can handle anything else.
So good. Sorry, I'm just looking for one thing. I can't find it. I'll just have to try and remember it. So, anyways, I just wanted to, like, one thing I've been feeling, especially since Mahaprabhu came, is that, what's this verse? Shoka, about the Srimad Bhagavatam, Shoka Moha Bhaya Krishnati Bhakti Krishnati Bhakti, 177. No. Vaishrumaya Nayam Bhakti Upatyade Krishna. Moha Bhaya Paya. So, by giving oral reception to Srimad Bhagavatam, what is it?
Simply by giving oral reception to this Vedic literature, the feeling for loving devotional service to Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, sprouts up at once to extinguish the fire of lamentation, illusion, and fearfulness.
So we've been reading Bhagavatam since we arrived in Miami 5 years ago. But what I've personally going to share is that shoka, lamentation, right? So we lament for things of the past, like, oh, I didn't do this, oh, I didn't do that, oh, why did I say that? Shoka, moha is illusion. And so that's like the now. And bhaya, fear. Like we fear the future. Like, oh, what if I don't have any money? Like, oh, what if I don't have this, or what if I don't have that, or what, constant. So I've been living in a lot of fear for these past few years of Syamarani leaving, or what am I going to do, or this, and she manifested him here. I feel like she manifested him here to tell me, don't worry. Don't worry, be here now. She's always in the now, and our whole life has been in the now. We never know if we're going to have money, or sometimes we had no money. And then I hated going to Gurudev's secretary for money. And so, but I was one time I was oh, I told her, I think I'm going to have to go ask Brajnath Prabhu for money. We're down to a few dollars. She's like, yeah, I go. And then knock on the door, someone from Malaysia was like, oh, so-and-so from Penang gave me this to give to you. It was $300 in there. Oh, okay, we're good for a bit. And it's always like that. It's always like that. And even our plans, here it's been now that she's not traveling anymore, it's pretty steady. Like, we know we're here. But you never know. She could pick up and be like, oh, yeah, let's go to L.A. Someone, we got the Rose Temple back. Who else is going to be able to manage it but her, without, as we see, talking about the harmony, I mean, we don't want to, we've developed such an amazing community here that we don't want to do that. But I'm just saying, our whole lives have been like, we're going to do one thing, and all of a sudden someone asks us to do another thing, and so we get in a car and we go, do that thing. So I guess what I'm just trying to say is that she's taking care of us all through, as everyone has spoken, the combined mercy of Srila Gurudev and Srila Prabhupada and all of our acharyas. She will take care of us. And yes, we know we've lived, we haven't lived through ISKCON, we've lived through our own Guru's society. And it's a mess, and ISKCON's a mess, but it's not like just the organization of it, not the day-to-day and the beautiful devotees. I mean, so it's like, yeah, things will happen, people fall away, people will come, but Krishna is always arranging. Mahaprabhu is arranging, the Vaishnavas are arranging, Guru is arranging. We have nothing to worry about. We really have nothing to worry about but to be here in the now and to do. And if we can't, and Gurudev says at the end of the day, check your pulse, your bank account. How much did it increase today? And if it didn't, it's not like, oh, okay, like I think Syamarani said that yesterday, like, okay, no wallowing. You get up tomorrow and you do it again. That's the beautiful thing about bhakti. It's like, okay, I didn't finish 16 tomorrow, but I will today. And I always...
Clarify, that doesn't mean our real
our bhakti bank account. Like, did I increase today? Did I read something more today? Did I chant my rounds today? Did I serve today? So, I'm just speaking to myself really, because but I just really feeling strongly, and I think a lot of us are, that, come on, we saw last night, like there's no, I don't know, the Vyasa Pujas here are just like, it's because she's so loved. She's so, and as people were coming in, even if they only come in once a year, like, it's not that we have to see everybody in Miami to think that they love us. Like, Miami loves us. The world loves us. But Miami is, like, the community here, it's like, whoa, sacred Vedic arts is becoming, like, the talk of Miami. So we have to do her, like, as I said, like, the dam is broken. She wants it. So we got to do it. She's the army. Like, we are Ram's army. Whether we're a squirrel or a monkey, like, we have to... Like, and I to myself, I have to be more bold. Like, I am the one who can get to the people, like, that we know. Like, because of not that everybody can work through, miracles happen through everyone. But I'm just saying, like, I'm shy to, like, go and say, can I get an appointment? So, anyways, I'm starting to babble now. But I'm just really, since Mahaprabhu came, and then last night, and just really realizing that, she wastes no time. She doesn't waste a second. Like, when I'm in her, like, hey, Hare Krishna, welcome. That's the symptoms of bhav. One of them is, like, not wasting even a moment. And when I waste a moment with her, when she asks for something, or she says, or to do something, she's just like, so what are you waiting for? What are you waiting? Did you get it? Did you get it? Where are you going? Why haven't you gotten it yet? So anyways, we don't even realize, we have a taste, we have a glimpse, but, this is like such golden years, golden times, and and I see why there's so many people who want to live there, but can't afford it, and that's why she wants a place for them. She's so compassionate. She wants to have places for those who are just like, can't be strong, are dry, they're like, oh, I'm just too dry at home. There's this, that, another thing. But when they're here, they're just, so ecstatic. So, anyways, and I keep repeating this all the time, but what Charu Prabhu said, that first Color Fest, he said, Vasanti, I have assets, but I don't have this. And he, like, pointed to all, we have, like, 50 devotees serving so strong. Nita, you met him the night before, and there he was, like, running around with boxes and carrying stuff, and all the devotees, and they come from everywhere. They turn up to, like, serve the mission, People want to serve the mission. People want to be plugged into the mission. She is the mission right now. She's the mission. I mean, so anyways, I'll conclude there, and just really, really grateful to y'all, to everyone, and of course to Srimati Syamarani, saved my life. I don't know what, I might still be sleeping on the beach. Well, Krishnamai Shiva probably wouldn't let me, but so sleeping on the beach in Ventura, California, going to work, but not wanting to pay rent. So, yeah, she's my everything. And Srimati Syamarani Didi ki, Shri Gurudev ki, Prabhupada ki, Guru Parampara ki jai, Gaura Premanande. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna.